Hi everyone. Great to have you here at Beyond Hogwarts. Get comfortable because today we're presenting, What If John Wick and Kratos Found Harry in Cupboard and Baba Yaga plus God of War made Unkillable Wizard. Before we start, a gentle reminder, if you love stories like this, please like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm show our videos to more people. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Chapter 1, The Convergence. The rain fell in sheets across London, washing blood from John Wick's wounds into the gutter. His breath came in ragged gasps as he pressed one hand against the bullet hole in his side. 3 minutes to live, maybe less. The High Table's assassins had finally cornered him in an alley behind Leicester Square. John had killed 17 of them before a lucky shot pierced his liver. Blood loss made the world swim before his eyes as he stumbled down the narrow passage. A strange blue light flickered at the end of the alley, emergency services, perhaps. It didn't matter. He wouldn't make it that far. Helen, he whispered, thinking of his wife. Maybe this was finally the end. Maybe he could rest. The blue light intensified, crackling with electricity that defied the downpour. John blinked through rain-soaked eyelashes. This wasn't an ambulance or police car. The light opened like a tear in reality itself. John had seen many things in his years as the Baba Yaga, the bogeyman of assassins, but nothing like this. He should have been afraid. Instead, he felt only curiosity and the fading pulse of his heartbeat. As consciousness slipped away, the blue light enveloped him. His last thought was that death felt strangely like falling. Kratos stood before the corpse of Baldur, the blood of yet another god on his hands. Atreus, his son, his boy, looked at him with a mixture of awe and uncertainty that twisted something deep in Kratos' chest. The winter storm howled around them, Fimbulwinter beginning its long grip on the realms. "We should return home, boy," Kratos rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together. Atreus nodded, eyes still fixed on Baldur's body. "What happens now, father?" Before Kratos could answer, the air between them shimmered. A familiar sensation, the meddling of gods or something worse. "Stay behind me," Kratos ordered, reaching for the Leviathan axe at his back. The weapon hummed with frost magic as his fingers closed around the handle. The disturbance in the air grew, spreading outward like ripples in a pond. Mimir's severed head, strapped to Kratos' belt, let out a startled oath. "By the branches of Yggdrasil, what manner of magic is this?" the head exclaimed. "Father!" Atreus cried as the disturbance surrounded Kratos. The god of war tried to step back, but his feet were rooted to the spot. "Atreus! Find Freya," Kratos began, but his words were cut short as the world dissolved around him. The last thing he saw was his son's face, eyes wide with fear, hand reaching for him. Then nothing but blue light and the sensation of being pulled through the seams of reality itself. John Wick awoke with a gasp, his hand instinctively reaching for the wound in his side. His fingers found only smooth skin beneath torn fabric. The bullet hole was gone. He lay on damp grass, the scent of earth filling his nostrils. Above him, stars peppered a night sky clearer than any London night had a right to be. John sat up slowly, muscle memory keeping his movements silent and efficient despite his confusion. This wasn't London. The buildings were wrong, suburban houses lined a perfectly manicured street. Identical mailboxes and neatly trimmed hedges created an eerie uniformity that made John's skin crawl. The sign at the end of the road read, "Privet Drive." John rose to his feet, checking himself for weapons. His suit was torn and blood-stained, but his pistol remained holstered at his side, along with 3 knives and a garrote wire. Whatever had brought him here hadn't disarmed him. A sound like thunder split the silence. John spun toward it, weapon already drawn, to see another blue light tearing open the sky. Someone, fell through, landing with enough force to crack the asphalt of the road. John kept his pistol trained on the crater as dust billowed outward. A figure rose from the impact point, a massive man with ashen skin covered in vivid red tattoos. He wore leather and metal armor that belonged in another era, and a massive axe radiated cold so intense that John could feel it from 30 feet away. The stranger's eyes locked onto John's pistol, narrowing with clear understanding of a weapon pointed his way. The massive axe lifted slightly. "Lower your weapon before I separate you from it," the stranger growled, his voice like distant thunder. John didn't blink. "You first." For 3 heartbeats, they remained frozen in a standoff. Then the tattooed giant sniffed the air. "You smell of death," he said, "but not of the gods." "I'm not a god," John replied evenly. "Just a man with a gun pointed at one." The giant's expression didn't change, but something like reluctant respect flickered in his eyes. "I am Kratos, god of war. Your mortal weapon cannot harm me." John's finger remained steady on the trigger. "Maybe. Maybe not. But I've found most things bleed if you shoot them enough times." A bark of laughter, humorless and sharp, escaped Kratos. "You have courage, mortal. Or foolishness." He lowered his axe slightly. "What realm is this? Who has brought me here?" John hesitated, then lowered his weapon halfway. "A strategic concession. London, I think. Or somewhere near it. And I was hoping you could tell me that part." Before Kratos could respond, both men tensed at the same moment. Years of combat instinct made them turn simultaneously toward a presence neither had consciously registered. A figure stood at the edge of the street, tall, gaunt, wrapped in robes that seemed to absorb the moonlight. Its face was hidden, but John felt its attention like a physical weight. "The threads converge," the figure whispered, its voice bypassing their ears to resonate directly in their minds. "The Baba Yaga. The ghost of Sparta. You have been chosen." John's gun shifted to the new threat. "Chosen for what?" "To forge what must be forged. To protect what must be protected." The figure raised a skeletal hand, pointing down the street toward one of the identical houses. "Number 4. The boy under the stairs. The one with the lightning scar." Kratos growled, a sound that made the hairs on John's neck stand up. "I do not serve at the whim of gods or spirits. This is no whim, god of war. This is necessity." The figure began to fade. "Find the boy. The universe depends upon it." "Wait," John started forward, but the figure dissolved into mist. Silence fell between the assassin and the god. John holstered his weapon with slow, deliberate movements. "I don't like being manipulated," he said. Kratos grunted. "On that, mortal, we agree." "John," he offered. "John Wick." Recognition flickered across Kratos's face. "The assassin. Your reputation extends beyond your realm." John didn't ask how a god of war from what seemed like ancient mythology knew of him. The night had already stretched the boundaries of the impossible. "So," John nodded toward number 4, "do we check it out or walk away?" Kratos's eyes narrowed. "When gods or their messengers play games, innocents suffer. If there is a child involved." He left the sentence unfinished, but John saw old pain etched into the lines of his face. "Number 4 it is," John said. Number 4 Privet Drive stood identical to its neighbors in every way that mattered to its owners. Vernon and Petunia Desley had worked tirelessly to ensure their home projected normalcy and respectability. Nothing about the pristine exterior suggested the small tragedy occurring within its walls. John approached like a shadow, noting entry points and escape routes with professional precision. Kratos moved with surprising silence for his size, keeping to the darkness as they circled the house. "Someone's awake," John whispered, indicating a light in an upstairs window. Kratos nodded, his face unreadable in the darkness. "How do we proceed?" "We need information first." John studied the house. "A boy under the stairs, some kind of basement, maybe. Or something less hospitable," Kratos rumbled. "They found the back door locked but unalarmed." John reached for his lock picks, but Kratos simply gripped the doorknob and applied pressure. Metal groaned softly before giving way. Subtle, John murmured. Effective, Kratos countered. They entered a spotless kitchen that smelled of furniture polish and roast beef. Family photos crowded the refrigerator and windowsill, all featuring a large blonde man, a thin woman, and a pudgy blonde boy. Not one showed another child. John's eyes narrowed. He'd seen enough homes with hidden secrets to recognize the signs of a carefully curated facade. They moved silently through the kitchen into a hallway, where Kratos suddenly stopped, head tilted as if listening. "There," he whispered, pointing to a cupboard beneath the stairs. "Breathing. Small lungs." John knelt beside the cupboard door, noting the small vent cut into the wood and, more tellingly, the external latch secured with a simple padlock. He examined it without touching, then glanced at Kratos. "Someone's keeping something, or someone, locked in." Kratos's expression darkened. With practiced care that belied his massive hands, he broke the padlock with a swift twist. The cupboard door creaked as John eased it open. The space within was cramped and dark, lit only by the ambient glow from the hallway. A small mattress covered most of the floor, and upon it lay a boy no older than 7 or 8. Black hair stuck up in all directions, and wire-rimmed glasses sat crookedly on his face, repaired at the bridge with tape. But most striking was the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, visible even in the dim light. The boy's eyes snapped open, startlingly green and instantly alert, like those of someone accustomed to danger. He scrambled back against the wall, pulling his knees to his chest. "I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon," he whispered. "I didn't mean to make noise." Something cold and familiar twisted in John's chest. He'd seen that look before, in his own reflection as a child, in the eyes of those who lived with constant fear. "We're not your uncle," John said softly, pitching his voice to be non-threatening despite years of using it to terrify his targets. "What's your name?" The boy hesitated, eyes darting between John and the massive figure of Kratos looming behind him. "Harry," he finally whispered. "Harry Potter." Kratos moved forward, crouching to peer into the cupboard. His massive frame should have been intimidating, but he adjusted his posture to appear less threatening, a movement John recognized from warriors who understood the value of putting others at ease. "Why do you sleep in this cage, Harry Potter?" Kratos asked, his normally thunderous voice softened to a rumble. Harry's eyes widened at the strange man with his red tattoos and ashen skin. "It's my room," he said simply, as if this explained everything. John felt something dangerous stir within him, the cold focus that preceded violence in his professional life. He pushed it down. "Do they hurt you?" "Your aunt and uncle?" he asked carefully. Harry looked down, fingers plucking at the thin blanket. "Not really. Uncle Vernon yells, and sometimes I don't get dinner if I do something freakish. But it's not so bad." Kratos made a sound like grinding stone. "What do they call freakish, boy?" Harry's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "When strange things happen around me. Like when Aunt Petunia cut all my hair off but it grew back overnight. Or when I somehow ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing me." His eyes darted up briefly. "I don't mean to do it." John and Kratos exchanged a glance. "Magic, or something like it," explaining the mysterious figure's interest in this particular child. A floorboard creaked upstairs. "We should go," John said quietly. Harry's face fell. "You're leaving?" Kratos studied the boy, then spoke with unexpected gentleness. "Do you wish to stay in this cage, Harry Potter?" Harry blinked, confusion evident. No one had ever asked what he wanted before. "And no," he admitted. "But I haven't got anywhere else to go." John made his decision. "You do now. Come with us." Harry hesitated only briefly before grabbing a small tin soldier from beneath his pillow, his only possession worth taking. Heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs above, accompanied by a man's irritated voice. Bloody hell, what's that noise? Boy! Are you making trouble again? John moved with fluid efficiency, scooping Harry up and passing him to Kratos. The god of war cradled the small child against his chest with surprising gentleness. Go, John said quietly. I'll handle this. Kratos raised an eyebrow but nodded, understanding the language of violence that passed between them. He moved toward the back door, Harry secured in one arm. Vernon Dursley reached the bottom of the stairs, face purpling at the sight of the broken cupboard lock. He was a large man made soft by comfortable living, dressed in striped pajamas that strained across his middle. Who the bloody hell are you? He demanded when he spotted John. Burglar. I'm calling the police. John stepped forward, placing himself between Vernon and Kratos's retreating form. His posture shifted subtly, shoulders relaxed, hands loose at his sides, weight balanced on the balls of his feet. To most, he would appear harmless. Those who knew better would recognize the stance of a predator. Mr. Dursley, John said quietly, I'm taking the boy. Vernon's face contorted with rage. Like hell you are. That freak is staying right where he belongs. Petunia. Call the police. John moved like water. One moment he stood 5 feet from Vernon, the next he was inches away, one hand gripping the larger man's throat with precisely calibrated pressure, enough to restrict air but not cut it off entirely. Listen carefully, John whispered, his voice carrying the chill of countless executions. Harry is leaving with me. You will not report this. You will not look for him. As far as you're concerned, he never existed. Vernon's eyes bulged, fear replacing rage as he recognized something primordial in John's gaze, the presence of a true killer. If you call the police, John continued, if you make any attempt to find Harry, I will come back. And Mr. Dursley. John leaned closer, his lips nearly touching Vernon's ear. I'm a man of focus, commitment, and sheer will. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Vernon nodded frantically, a wet stain spreading across the front of his pajamas. John released him, and the large man collapsed against the wall, gasping. Forget we were ever here, John said as he backed toward the door. Outside, Kratos waited with Harry. The boy's eyes were wide, but not with fear, with a kind of cautious wonder. You hurt Uncle Vernon? Harry asked. No, John answered honestly. Just scared him a little. Harry nodded, processing this. He won't come after us. He gets very angry. Kratos's deep voice rumbled reassuringly. Let him try, boy. Few who face me twice live to attempt a third time. John shot Kratos a warning glance. We should move. Find somewhere to rest and figure out our next steps. As they walked away from Privet Drive, Harry still cradled in Kratos's arms, John realized that for the first time since Helen's death, he was acting not out of vengeance or obligation, but out of choice. It felt strange. Almost like being human again. Where are we going? Harry asked, voice small but steadier now. Somewhere safe, John promised, though he had no idea how he would fulfill that promise. Kratos met his gaze over Harry's head. First, we find shelter. Then we prepare. Prepare for what? Harry asked. The god of war looked down at the small boy in his arms. For whatever comes next, Harry Potter. Whatever comes next. They found temporary refuge in an abandoned groundskeeper's cottage at the edge of a country estate 10 miles from Surrey. The stone building was sturdy despite its neglect, with a fireplace, a small cot, and enough distance from the main house to ensure privacy. Harry fell asleep almost immediately after they arrived, exhaustion claiming him once the immediate fear had passed. John covered him with his suit jacket, the cleanest thing they had available. Outside, beneath a sky transitioning from black to pre-dawn gray, John and Kratos assessed their situation. You believe the boy has power, John said. It wasn't a question. Kratos nodded, arms crossed over his massive chest. I have seen enough magic to recognize its presence. The child contains something. Something significant. Significant enough for whatever that thing was to pull us across realities to protect him. Kratos grunted. I do not trust supernatural messengers. They speak half-truths and manipulate mortals and gods alike for their own purposes. Agreed, John said. But the boy was being abused. That much is real. Silence fell between them, broken only by the distant call of an early morning bird. We cannot return him, Kratos finally said. Not to that cage. John studied the god of war's face, noting the deep lines of past suffering carved into his features. You have a son, he observed. Kratos's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? I recognize the look. The way you hold Harry. Protective, but with the awareness of having protected a child before. A muscle worked in Kratos's jaw. Yes. Atreus. My son. His voice carried the weight of separation, of worry. He is, far from here. John nodded, understanding more than Kratos had said. I had a wife. Helen. She died. After that, I returned to what I was before her. A killer, Kratos stated without judgment. Yes. As was I. Kratos looked toward the cottage where Harry slept. Now we are to be protectors. John didn't miss the irony. Two of the most lethal beings from their respective worlds, tasked with safeguarding a child. We need information, John said. About this world, about Harry, about what makes him important enough to bring us here. Kratos nodded. The boy himself may provide answers when he wakes. Children often know more than adults realize. As if summoned by their discussion, the cottage door creaked open. Harry stood there, John's jacket draped over his shoulders like a cloak, glasses slightly askew. I thought maybe I dreamed you, he said, looking between them with cautious relief. John gestured for Harry to join them. The boy approached hesitantly, stopping a few feet away, close enough for conversation but far enough to run if needed. The calculation wasn't lost on either man. Harry, John began, we need to understand a few things. About you, about why we're here. Harry nodded. Am I in trouble? No, Kratos answered firmly. But you may be in danger. We need to know from what. Harry's brow furrowed. Danger? From who? John exchanged a glance with Kratos. That's what we're trying to figure out. Let's start with something simpler. You mentioned freakish things happening around you. Can you tell us more about that? Harry stiffened, then looked down at his feet. Uncle Vernon says I shouldn't talk about it. That it's not normal. Your uncle is not here, Kratos rumbled. And we are far from normal ourselves. That earned a small smile from Harry. He looked up at Kratos's red tattoos, then at John's blood-stained shirt. Sometimes, Harry began hesitantly, things happen when I'm scared or angry. A glass broke once without anyone touching it. Another time, my teacher's hair turned blue after she yelled at me. He paused. And I think I can talk to snakes. There was one in the garden last summer. It told me it was going to Brazil. John kept his expression neutral despite the strangeness of this revelation. Have your aunt and uncle always known about these abilities? Harry nodded. They hate anything magical. They said my parents were freaks too, and that they died in a car crash because my dad was drunk. His voice caught slightly. That's how I got this. He touched the lightning scar on his forehead. Kratos's expression darkened. They lied to you, boy. Harry looked up, startled. What? People who keep children in cupboards are not honest people, Kratos stated flatly. And that mark? He reached out slowly, giving Harry time to pull away if he wished, then lightly touched the scar with one massive finger. This was not made by mortal metal. It carries power. Harry's eyes widened. How do you know? I have seen many wounds. Caused many. Kratos withdrew his hand. This one was made by magic. So my parents. Harry's voice trailed off, hope and uncertainty warring in his expression. We don't know the truth yet, John said gently. But we'll find it. A rustle in the underbrush made all three of them turn. John had his gun in hand before the sound registered consciously, and Kratos's axe materialized in his grip as if summoned from thin air. Harry instinctively stepped behind the two men, eyes wide. The brush parted to reveal a cat, tabby with distinctive square markings around its eyes. It sat at the edge of the clearing, studying them with unnerving intelligence. Just a cat, Harry whispered, relaxing slightly. John didn't lower his weapon. Something about the animal's posture struck him as wrong, too deliberate, too focused. Kratos apparently felt the same. That is no ordinary cat. As if confirming his suspicion, the cat stood, stretched, and then, in a fluid motion that defied natural law, transformed into a stern-looking woman in emerald robes and a pointed hat. She held a wooden wand at her side, her expression severe but not hostile. I quite agree, sir, she said crisply. I am no ordinary cat. John's aim didn't waver. Who are you? My name is Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Her gaze moved to Harry, softening slightly. And I've been looking for Mr. Potter since the wards at his relative's home collapsed 2 hours ago. Harry gaped at her. Witchcraft? Wizardry? Professor McGonagall's eyebrows rose. You don't know. She shot an accusatory look at John and Kratos. Who exactly are you gentlemen, and why have you taken Harry Potter from his guardians? Kratos growled low in his throat. Those people were not guardians. They were jailers. McGonagall's expression flickered. Explain. John lowered his gun slightly, recognizing that if the woman had wanted to attack, she would have done so already. We found him locked in a cupboard under the stairs. That was his bedroom. McGonagall's lips thinned to a white line. I told Albus those were the worst sort of muggles. I watched them all day before Harry was placed there. She straightened her shoulders. Nevertheless, Mr. Potter must be returned to, no. The word came simultaneously from John, Kratos, and, surprisingly, Harry himself. McGonagall blinked, taken aback. I beg your pardon. Harry stepped forward, still partially shielded by John's body. I'm not going back there. They hate me. They've always hated me. The boy stays with us, Kratos stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. McGonagall studied them, her gaze sharp and assessing. And who exactly are you two? You're neither muggles nor wizards of my acquaintance. John Wick, John offered. And Kratos. Recognition flickered in McGonagall's eyes at the first name, though she quickly masked it. You still haven't explained why you took Mr. Potter. We were sent, Kratos rumbled. By what entity, we do not yet know. John elaborated slightly. Something brought us here, across realities, it seems, specifically to find and protect Harry. McGonagall's expression suggested she was reassessing the situation entirely. Across realities? That's highly unusual magic. She focused on Harry. Mr. Potter, are you all right? Have these men harmed you? Harry shook his head emphatically. They saved me. Uncle Vernon locked me in again because the garden weeds grew back after I pulled them. He hesitated, then added, they said you might know about my parents. The truth, I mean. McGonagall's face softened further. Oh, my dear boy. You truly know nothing of your heritage. Of what happened to Lily and James. Only that they were freaks. Like me. Harry's voice was small but defiant. McGonagall drew herself up, indignation radiating from her. Your parents were two of the finest wizards I ever had the privilege to teach. They died protecting you from a very dark wizard, not in some common car crash. Harry's eyes widened. Wizards? So I'm a wizard, Mr. Potter. And quite a famous one, though through no action of your own. John watched Harry absorb this information, the boy's face cycling through shock, wonder, and confusion. I need to report this situation to the headmaster, McGonagall said after a moment. He placed the wards around your relative's home and must be informed of this development. Kratos shifted, his massive form somehow conveying menace without moving. The boy remains with us. McGonagall gave him a look that suggested she'd faced down creatures far more intimidating than angry gods in her teaching career. That remains to be seen, Mr. Kratos, was it? The magical community has protocols for the boy who lived. John's eyes narrowed. The boy who what? McGonagall sighed. It seems we have much to discuss. I propose a temporary arrangement. I will explain the situation regarding Mr. Potter's history and importance, and you will explain exactly who you are and how you came to be here. Then we can determine the best course of action for Harry's safety and well-being. John glanced at Kratos, who gave a barely perceptible nod. Agreed, John said. But we stay with Harry. Naturally, McGonagall replied, conjuring a comfortable chair from thin air and sitting with prim efficiency. Now, shall we begin with the fall of he who must not be named, or would you prefer to start with how two fictional characters from different universes have materialized in rural Surrey? The silence that followed was broken by Harry's quiet voice. Fictional characters. McGonagall's eyebrows rose again. Indeed, Mr. Potter. In our world, Mr. Wick is a character from a series of rather violent films, and Kratos features in video games my Muggle-born students occasionally discuss. She adjusted her spectacles. Which makes their actual presence here rather remarkable, wouldn't you agree? The explanation took hours. McGonagall told them of Lord Voldemort, the Wizarding War, the prophecy, and how Harry, just a baby, had somehow survived a killing curse that rebounded upon the Dark Wizard. She explained about Harry's status in the wizarding world, Hogwarts, and Albus Dumbledore's decision to place him with his only living relatives for his protection. In turn, John and Kratos related their encounters with the mysterious figure and their discovery of Harry. McGonagall's face grew increasingly grave as they described Harry's living conditions at Privet Drive. Blood wards, she murmured. Albus said they would protect him as long as he could call that place home. Her gaze shifted to Harry, who had fallen asleep leaning against Kratos' side, exhausted by the night's events. But one can hardly call a cupboard a home. The boy was imprisoned, not protected, Kratos stated flatly. McGonagall nodded slowly. It seems I was right to worry about those people. She tapped her wand against her palm, thinking. This presents a complicated situation. The magical community expects Harry Potter to attend Hogwarts when he turns 11. Before that, he should be safe and, preferably, informed about his heritage. He stays with us, John repeated. So you've said. McGonagall studied them. But are you equipped to raise a magical child? To protect him from the remnants of he who must not be named's followers who would harm him if they could? John's expression didn't change. We're equipped to protect him from anyone. I don't doubt your capabilities, McGonagall said diplomatically. But there are magical considerations. Accidental magic, which Harry has clearly been experiencing. Magical education. Integration into the wizarding world. Kratos rumbled, the boy can learn combat from us and magic from your kind. Both will serve him. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been amusement or resignation. An unusual upbringing, to be sure. She considered for a moment longer, then nodded decisively. Very well. I propose a compromise. Mr. Potter remains in your custody, provisionally. I will arrange for a suitable dwelling with appropriate magical protections, and regular visits to ensure his magical education proceeds appropriately. John inclined his head slightly. Acceptable. What of this Dumbledore? Kratos asked. Will he interfere? McGonagall's expression grew complex. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard with Harry's best interests at heart. However, she glanced at the sleeping boy. I cannot deny he made an error in judgment regarding the Dursleys. I will speak with him, but I believe if he sees Harry is safe and well cared for, he will accept the new arrangement. And if he doesn't? John asked quietly. McGonagall met his gaze steadily. Then I imagine we will discover whether the Baba Yaga and the God of War are a match for the greatest wizard of our age. She rose from her conjured chair, which vanished as she stood. I shall return tomorrow with news of suitable accommodations. In the meantime, the cottage has been improved for your comfort. John glanced around, noticing for the first time that the interior visible through the open door was now considerably larger than the exterior suggested, with proper furnishings and what appeared to be a fully stocked kitchen. Thank you, he said simply. McGonagall nodded. For Harry's sake, she clarified. With a final appraising look at the sleeping boy and his unlikely guardians, she transformed back into a tabby cat and disappeared into the underbrush. John turned to Kratos. Do you trust her? No, Kratos answered honestly. But her concern for the boy seems genuine. John nodded, his gaze falling on Harry. The child looked peaceful in sleep, one hand clutching the fabric of Kratos's leather armor as if to ensure the god wouldn't disappear. We should rest while we can, John suggested. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges. Kratos nodded, carefully lifting Harry without waking him. I will take first watch. As they entered the magically expanded cottage, John wondered what forces had truly brought them here. Whatever entity had torn them from their worlds clearly had plans for Harry Potter, plans that required the protection of an assassin and a god. And John Wick, who had spent years trying to escape his nature as the Baba Yaga, found himself embracing it once more, not for vengeance or obligation, but for the protection of a child who had known too little kindness in his short life. Perhaps there was redemption in that. Harry woke to the unfamiliar sensation of comfort. He lay on a real bed with soft blankets, sunlight streaming through curtained windows. For a moment, disorientation gripped him. This wasn't his cupboard, wasn't even Dudley's second bedroom that he sometimes dared to dream of occupying. Then memory rushed back. The strange men who had rescued him. The Catwoman who turned into a professor. The revelation that he was a wizard. Harry sat up, reaching automatically for his glasses on a nightstand that hadn't existed yesterday. The cottage had transformed overnight, from a single dusty room to a comfortable dwelling with separate bedrooms, a kitchen, and furniture that looked worn but welcoming. The smell of cooking drew him from the bedroom. He followed it to find John Wick standing at a stove, efficiently preparing eggs and bacon. The assassin had exchanged his blood-stained suit for simple black clothing that nonetheless couldn't disguise his lethal nature. You cook? Harry asked, then immediately felt foolish for the question. John glanced over his shoulder, his normally impassive face softening slightly. I manage. Hungry? Harry nodded, sliding onto a chair at the small kitchen table. His feet dangled above the floor, a reminder of how small he was compared to his new, what were they? Guardians? Kidnappers? Saviors? Where's, Kratos? Harry asked. Outside, John replied, sliding a plate of food in front of Harry. He's checking the perimeter. Harry picked up a fork, then hesitated, old habits making him wait for permission. John noticed. Eat, he said gently. It's yours. Harry took a small bite, then another larger one as hunger took over. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a full breakfast. Is it true? Harry asked between bites. What that professor said. About me being a wizard and my parents and everything. John sat across from him with his own plate. She had no reason to lie. Harry poked at his eggs. And you and Kratos, you're from stories. Like, not real. We're real where we come from, John said carefully. Our worlds are different from yours. Different rules, different histories. But why come here? Why me? Before John could answer, the door opened and Kratos entered. The god of war had to duck to clear the doorframe, his massive presence immediately filling the small kitchen. Harry tried not to stare at the vivid red tattoo that curved across his gray skin or the weapon strapped to his back. The forest provides good sight lines, Kratos reported to John. Few approaches that cannot be monitored. John nodded. Any sign of trouble? None. Kratos's eyes fell on Harry. The boy is awake. Harry gave a small wave, feeling oddly shy. Good morning. Kratos grunted in acknowledgement, then sat at the table, making it seem absurdly small by comparison. John wordlessly placed a plate loaded with triple portions in front of him. We were discussing why we're here, John explained. Kratos tore into a piece of bacon. We do not know fully. But the entity that brought us spoke of protection and forging. Forging what? Harry asked. You, perhaps, Kratos said bluntly. Into something more than you are. Harry frowned. But I'm just. Harry. John set down his fork. Harry, from what Professor McGonagall told us, you survived something that should have killed you. Something that killed your parents and many others. That makes you important to a lot of people, some who want to protect you, some who might want to harm you. Because of Vold, do not speak the name lightly, Kratos interrupted. Names have power. Harry blinked, surprised. Sorry. But he's gone, isn't he? The professor said I somehow defeated him when I was a baby. Defeated does not always mean destroyed, Kratos stated. Gods and monsters have ways of returning from defeat. John nodded. We need to prepare for the possibility that the danger isn't over. Harry looked between them, the weight of their words settling uncomfortably on his small shoulders. So what happens now? Now, John said, we wait for Professor McGonagall to return. Then we begin your training. Training? Like, magic? Kratos leaned forward, his massive forearms resting on the table. Magic. Combat. Survival. You will learn to protect yourself, Harry Potter, with every weapon available to you. Harry's eyes widened. You're going to teach me to fight? Like you. Not like us, John clarified. You'll develop your own way. But yes, we'll teach you to defend yourself. A smile spread across Harry's face, the first genuine smile either man had seen from him. Brilliant. The sound of footsteps on the path outside silenced their conversation. John was on his feet instantly, gun appearing in his hand. Kratos stood more slowly, but with no less readiness. Stay behind us, John instructed Harry, who quickly moved to comply. A knock sounded at the door. It's Minerva McGonagall, came the professor's crisp voice. I've brought Albus Dumbledore. John and Kratos exchanged glances. The headmaster had arrived sooner than expected. Enter, Kratos called. The door opened to reveal Professor McGonagall accompanied by an elderly man with a long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars. His blue eyes twinkled with intelligence and something harder to define, perhaps amusement, perhaps calculation. Good morning, Dumbledore said pleasantly. I understand we have quite an unusual situation to discuss. Harry peered around Kratos's massive form, curiosity overcoming caution. Dumbledore's gaze found him immediately. Ah, Harry. It's good to see you again, though you wouldn't remember our last meeting. You were just a baby then. His eyes moved to the scar on Harry's forehead, then to John's still-raised weapon. I assure you, Mr. Wick, I mean no harm to any of you. John lowered his gun but didn't holster it. Professor McGonagall explained about the Dursleys. Yes. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. A grave misjudgment on my part, it seems. Minerva has been quite explicit about what you found there. The boy was caged, Kratos stated flatly. Left to suffer by those who should have protected him. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. I placed Harry with his aunt and uncle for his protection. Blood wards are powerful magic. However, he looked at Harry with genuine regret. I never intended for you to suffer, my boy. I had hoped that family bonds would overcome Petunia's difficulties with the magical world. Harry said nothing, but his grip on Kratos's leather armor tightened. You're here to take him back, John stated, not a question. No, Dumbledore surprised them by saying. I'm here to assess the situation and determine what arrangement will best serve Harry's safety and well-being. McGonagall cleared her throat. Perhaps we might sit. I've taken the liberty of expanding the cottage's interior further to accommodate our discussion. Indeed, the kitchen had somehow stretched to include a comfortable sitting area with enough chairs for everyone. Dumbledore settled into a plush armchair, while McGonagall took a straight-backed wooden chair. John and Kratos remained standing until Harry cautiously moved toward the seating area. Only then did they follow, positioning themselves on either side of the boy. Now then, Dumbledore began, steepling his fingers. Minerva has explained the extraordinary circumstances of your arrival, Mr. Wick, Kratos. I must admit, in all my years, I've never encountered quite this situation. You believe us? John asked. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. My dear fellow, I have lived long enough to know that magic constantly surprises even those who study it for a lifetime. Cross-dimensional travel is theoretically possible, if extraordinarily rare. He leaned forward slightly. More importantly, you are quite obviously who you claim to be. Your essences are unmistakable. Kratos narrowed his eyes. You see more than most mortals. A consequence of age and study, Dumbledore replied modestly. Now, as to the matter at hand, Harry's future. The blood wards at Privet Drive have collapsed completely, which suggests they were already significantly weakened. Because that place was never a home to him, McGonagall said quietly. Indeed. Dumbledore nodded. Which presents us with a dilemma. Harry requires protection, magical education, and, most importantly, care. We will provide all three, Kratos stated. Dumbledore regarded him with interest. The god of war offering to care for a child. Forgive me, but your reputation precedes you. Kratos's expression darkened. I have been a father. I know the cost of failure in that role. Something passed between the old wizard and the god then, a recognition of ancient regrets carried too long. And you, Mr. Wick? Dumbledore turned to John. The Baba Yaga is not known for his nurturing nature. John's face remained impassive. People change. Yes, Dumbledore agreed softly. They do. He studied them for a long moment, then nodded decisively. Very well. Harry may remain in your custody, with certain conditions. Name them, John said. First, you will accept magical protections around whatever dwelling you choose. Second, Harry must receive proper magical instruction before attending Hogwarts at 11. Third, you will permit regular visits from myself or Professor McGonagall to ensure his well-being. John glanced at Kratos, who nodded slightly. Agreed, John said. Excellent. Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Now, as to accommodations, Minerva mentioned she would find something suitable. McGonagall straightened in her chair. Yes, I believe I have. There's a property in the Lake District, remote enough for privacy but with connections to the FLU network for emergency access to the wizarding world. It belonged to a former Hogwarts professor who left it to the school upon his death. Sounds acceptable, John said. Harry, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. Do I get a say in any of this? All eyes turned to him. Dumbledore smiled gently. Of course, Harry. What would you like? Harry looked at John, then Kratos, then back to Dumbledore. I want to stay with them. I want to learn everything. Magic and fighting and how to never be locked in a cupboard again. Something like pain flickered across Dumbledore's face. I am truly sorry for what you endured, Harry. It was never my intention. Intentions matter less than consequences, Kratos rumbled. Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement. A harsh but fair assessment. He rose to his feet. Well then, it seems we have an arrangement. Minerva will show you to your new home this afternoon, once I've ensured the protections are in order. He moved toward Harry, stopping when both John and Kratos tensed. With a small smile, Dumbledore reached into his pocket and withdrew a small package wrapped in purple paper. A belated birthday gift, Harry. Your parents would want you to have this. Harry accepted the package with wide eyes. Thank you, sir. Dumbledore nodded, then turned to John and Kratos. A word of advice, gentlemen. The entity that brought you here clearly has its own agenda. I would be cautious about accepting its directives without question. We trust no one who manipulates from shadows, Kratos stated. Good. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. That healthy skepticism should extend to old wizards as well. He moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. The wizarding world believes Harry Potter remains safely hidden with his Muggle relatives. I suggest we maintain that fiction for now. It provides an additional layer of protection. John nodded his understanding. Strategic misdirection was a concept he well understood. After Dumbledore departed, McGonagall remained to finalize the details of their relocation. Harry, meanwhile, carefully unwrapped Dumbledore's gift. Inside the purple paper lay a small golden key. Your vault key, Mr. Potter, McGonagall explained when she noticed. For your account at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Your parents left you well provided for. Harry stared at the key in wonder. I have money. Indeed. Quite a substantial amount, I believe. McGonagall's expression softened. James and Lily would be pleased, I think, with this arrangement. They valued protection, but they also understood the importance of preparing to face danger rather than merely hiding from it. As McGonagall outlined the details of their new home and the arrangements for Harry's magical education, John watched the boy examining his vault key, a tangible connection to the parents he couldn't remember. Whatever had brought them here, whatever cosmic entity had torn them from their worlds and placed them in this one, John found himself strangely grateful. In Helen's absence, he had become a weapon, nothing more. Now he had purpose beyond killing. Now he had someone to protect. Across the room, Kratos met his gaze, and John saw the same realization reflected there. Two weapons of destruction, transformed into shields for a boy who might one day need both their strengths to survive. The Lake District house stood at the end of a long, winding path, nestled between ancient trees and overlooking a small, secluded lake. Stone walls weathered by centuries of rain and wind gave it a feeling of permanence. Magic had expanded the interior considerably, providing separate bedrooms for each of them, a large kitchen, a library filled with books on magical theory, and, at Kratos's insistence, a training area both inside and out. McGonagall had arranged for basic supplies and promised to return in 2 days to begin Harry's initial magical instruction. Dumbledore had personally cast protection spells around the property, wards that, according to McGonagall, would alert them to any magical approach and prevent unwelcome visitors from finding the house at all. As evening fell on their first day in their new home, Harry stood at the edge of the lake, skipping stones across its glassy surface. John and Kratos watched from the stone terrace, an unusual peace settling between them. The boy adapts quickly, Kratos observed. A valuable trait. John nodded. He survived worse than a sudden change of circumstances. Kratos studied the small figure by the water. He will need more than magic and combat skills. I know, John agreed quietly. Neither of us is exactly qualified for the rest. A rare, fleeting smile crossed Kratos's face. I was a husband once. A father twice over. I remember some things. John's expression remained impassive, but his voice carried a hint of something deeper. I remember what Helen taught me. About being human again. They fell silent, two warriors from different worlds united by a common purpose, to protect and guide a boy who might someday face threats they could only begin to imagine. By the lake, Harry turned and waved at them, his face alight with the simple joy of freedom. Both men raised their hands in response, a silent promise passing between them. Whatever came next, Harry Potter would not face it alone. He had the Baba Yaga and the God of War standing beside him, an unlikely family forged by fate or manipulation, but a family nonetheless. And as the sun set over their new home, John Wick found himself hoping that, whatever entity had brought them here, its intentions aligned with their own. Because he had made his decision. Harry was under his protection now. And anyone who threatened the boy would learn why the underworld still whispered the name Baba Yaga with fear. Chapter 2, Forging the weapon. The axe whistled through the morning air, its blade catching sunlight as it arced toward the target. Harry ducked, the weapon passing an inch above his wild black hair before embedding itself in the oak trunk behind him with a resonant thunk. Too slow, Kratos rumbled, already moving forward. Harry didn't waste breath on excuses. He rolled left as the God of War's massive fist struck the ground where he'd been crouching. Dirt exploded upward from the impact, but Harry was already on his feet, green eyes focused, breathing controlled. 2 years of training had transformed the once scrawny boy. At 9, Harry Potter remained small for his age, a legacy of early malnutrition the nutrient potions McGonagall provided could only partially remedy. But his movements had acquired precision, his reactions honed by countless hours of training. Lean muscle had replaced the frailty of the boy they'd found in the cupboard. Remember your environment, John called from the edge of the clearing where he watched, arms crossed over his chest. Use it. Harry's eyes flicked to the axe embedded in the tree, then to the stream running along the western edge of their training ground. A plan formed instantly. As Kratos advanced, Harry feinted right, then darted left toward the stream. The God of War anticipated the move, adjusting with surprising speed for his size. His hand shot out, massive fingers nearly catching Harry's shirt, and closed on empty air as Harry vanished with a crack. Kratos spun, eyes narrowing as Harry reappeared beside the embedded axe. The boy grinned, hands raised in mock surrender. That's cheating, kid, John said, though his tone carried a hint of approval. You said use my environment, Harry countered, pushing his glasses up his nose with one finger. Magic is part of my environment. Kratos grunted, crossing the clearing in 4 long strides. Apparition during combat has risks. If your focus breaks, I know. Splinching. Harry made a face. Professor McGonagall lectured me for an hour after I managed it the first time. And yet you continue to practice without supervision, Kratos observed, retrieving his axe with a casual pull that would have required both hands from a normal man. Harry shrugged. I'm careful. John approached, his movements as economical and predatory as ever despite the casual clothes he wore. The point stands. Magic has rules and consequences. Like any weapon. I understand, Harry said, suddenly serious. The boy had learned when to push boundaries and when to listen. It was one of many survival skills his unusual guardians had instilled in him. John nodded, satisfied. That's enough physical training for today. Professor McGonagall will be here at noon. Harry's face brightened. Magic lessons with McGonagall had quickly become the highlight of his week, though he'd never admit it aloud for fear of hurting John's or Kratos's feelings. Not that either man was particularly sensitive, but Harry had grown fiercely protective of the strange family they'd formed. Can I practice with the Leviathan first? Harry asked, eyeing the axe in Kratos's hand. Kratos considered the request. 3 throws. No magic. Harry grinned. Deal. The axe was comically large in Harry's hands, but Kratos had crafted a smaller version for training purposes that Harry normally used. Occasionally, however, the god of war allowed Harry to attempt wielding the real thing, a gesture of trust that meant more to the boy than any praise. With careful movements, Harry positioned himself before the target, a series of concentric circles carved into another oak. His first throw went wide, the axe's weight pulling his small frame off balance. The second came closer but still missed the outer ring. Before the third attempt, Harry paused, closing his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, his posture had shifted subtly, weight balanced, grip adjusted. The throw wasn't perfect, but the blade bit into the edge of the target with a satisfying thwack. Better, Kratos said simply, but Harry beamed as if he'd received the highest praise. John checked his watch. Get cleaned up. I'll make lunch before McGonagall arrives. Harry handed the axe back to Kratos with ceremony before jogging toward the stone house they'd called home for the past 2 years. As the boy disappeared inside, John turned to Kratos. His apparition is getting stronger. Kratos nodded, expression unreadable. His magic grows faster than his body. McGonagall says it's unusual. Most wizard children can't control their abilities like that before getting a wand. The boy is not most children, Kratos replied. He carries our influence now. The simple statement acknowledged what all three knew but rarely discussed: Harry was changing under their tutelage, becoming something neither the wizarding world or his original destiny had anticipated. John's eyes narrowed slightly. No sign of our mysterious friend since Scotland. 3 months earlier, while training in the Highlands, they'd glimpsed the robed figure that had first brought them to Harry. It had watched from a distance, then vanished when Kratos moved toward it. It watches, Kratos said with certainty. Waiting. For what? The god of war looked toward the house where Harry was now visible through the kitchen window, pulling ingredients from the refrigerator to help with lunch. For him to be ready, Kratos answered. For whatever purpose we were brought here. John's hand instinctively checked the pistol holstered at his lower back, a habit unchanged by 2 years in this new world. We've prepared him as best we can. No, Kratos disagreed, his voice low. We have only begun. Minerva McGonagall arrived precisely at noon, stepping gracefully from the fireplace in a swirl of green flames. 2 years of regular visits had done nothing to soften her strict demeanor, though the warmth in her eyes when she spotted Harry betrayed her growing fondness for the boy. Mr. Potter, she greeted him with a nod. I trust you've been practicing your controlled transformations. Harry wiped sandwich crumbs from his mouth hastily. Yes, Professor. I can hold the needle-to-match transformation for almost 3 minutes now. Excellent. Today we shall attempt something more complex. McGonagall turned to acknowledge John and Kratos with a nod. Gentlemen. Their relationship with McGonagall had evolved into something approaching mutual respect. The professor had initially been skeptical about 2 notorious killers raising the boy who lived, but their dedication to Harry's well-being had eventually won her over. She still disapproved of certain aspects of their training, particularly the combat skills John insisted on teaching, but had conceded their necessity after an incident involving a disguised Death Eater in Hogsmeade the previous year. Harry had spotted the man's dark mark during a rare trip into the wizarding village and alerted John immediately. The resulting confrontation had been brief, lethal, and kept entirely quiet at Dumbledore's insistence. But it had proved the ongoing threat to Harry's safety. How goes his progress? Kratos asked as Harry gathered his magical textbooks. McGonagall's lips thinned slightly. Remarkable, as always. His wandless control exceeds many adult wizards with wands. She lowered her voice. Dumbledore believes we should consider allowing him a wand before the customary age of 11. His magic seeks direction. John raised an eyebrow. Is that safe? As safe as any of this, McGonagall replied with a pointed glance at the weapons visible throughout the house. Magic uncontrolled is more dangerous than magic properly channeled. Harry returned before they could discuss it further, eyes bright with anticipation. I'm ready, Professor. McGonagall led him to the room they designated for magical training, a circular space with stone floors and windows that bathed the area in natural light. John and Kratos followed at a distance. They typically observed Harry's lessons, both out of curiosity about magic and an unspoken agreement to never leave Harry alone, even with trusted allies. Today, Mr. Potter, we will attempt a shield charm, McGonagall announced, drawing her wand. Normally this would be taught in your second year at Hogwarts, but given your unique circumstances, Professor Dumbledore agrees we should accelerate certain defensive aspects of your education. Harry nodded seriously. If his childhood had taught him anything, it was the value of protection. The incantation is Protego, McGonagall demonstrated with a fluid movement of her wand. A transparent barrier shimmered into existence before her. The wand motion is thus, a sweeping arc followed by a sharp upward flick. Harry mimicked the movement with his hand. Protego. Nothing happened, which wasn't surprising. Even advanced wandless magic required intense concentration and usually physical contact with the object being manipulated. Creating a shield from nothing was several orders of magnitude more difficult. You'll need to visualize the shield, McGonagall instructed. Imagine your magic forming a barrier between yourself and harm. Harry closed his eyes, his face scrunching in concentration. Protego, he repeated. A faint shimmer appeared before his outstretched hand, flickering like heat waves above summer asphalt before disappearing. Excellent first attempt. McGonagall exclaimed, genuine surprise in her voice. Most fully trained wizards cannot produce even that much without a wand. From his position near the wall, Kratos made a thoughtful sound. The boy understands shields. We have trained with them. Indeed, among the various weapons Harry had practiced with under Kratos's tutelage were shields of different sizes and weights. The concept of creating a defensive barrier was not abstract to him. Harry tried again, this time keeping his eyes open. Protego. The shimmer reappeared, stronger this time, and held for several seconds before dissipating. Remarkable, McGonagall murmured. Let us test its strength. She picked up a small cushion from a nearby chair. I shall throw this gently. Attempt to block it. Harry nodded, feet automatically shifting into the balanced stance John had drilled into him. His hand extended, face setting in concentration. McGonagall tossed the cushion underhand. Protego. Harry called, and the shimmer appeared once more. The cushion hit the barely visible shield and rebounded slightly before falling to the floor. Not a powerful deflection, but definitely contact. Harry's face lit up. I did it. Indeed you did, Mr. Potter. McGonagall looked impressed despite herself. With practice, and eventually a wand, you will be able to create shields strong enough to block most spells and physical objects. John watched with calculating eyes. A magical shield combined with Harry's growing physical capabilities could be significant for his protection. Can these shields stop bullets? Or blades? A fully formed Protego cast by a competent wizard can stop most physical projectiles, McGonagall confirmed. Though sustained assault will eventually weaken even the strongest shield. Kratos stepped forward, his massive frame making the training room seem suddenly smaller. Boy. Try again. But this time, think not of a flat barrier. Think of your shield as I taught you, an extension of your arm, curved to deflect rather than simply block. McGonagall opened her mouth as if to object to the interruption, then closed it, curiosity winning out. Harry considered Kratos's words, then nodded. He adjusted his stance again, this time raising his arm as if holding an actual shield. Protego, he said, voice lower, more focused. The shield that formed was different, still transparent, but with a distinct curved shape and a more solid appearance. It extended from Harry's forearm outward, mimicking the physical shields he'd trained with. McGonagall stared. That's not how the spell typically manifests. But it works, John observed. It's using his existing knowledge as a framework. To test the theory, McGonagall tossed another cushion, harder this time. It struck Harry's curved magical shield and deflected cleanly to the side instead of simply rebounding. Bloody brilliant, Harry whispered, staring at his creation. Language, Mr. Potter, McGonagall admonished automatically, though her voice lacked conviction. She turned to Kratos. Your suggestion was quite helpful. Perhaps there are more opportunities to blend your combat training with magical theory. The lesson continued for another hour, with Harry successfully maintaining his shield for increasingly longer periods. By the end, sweat beaded his forehead from the effort, but his smile remained triumphant. As McGonagall prepared to leave, she drew John and Kratos aside while Harry put away the training materials. I've spoken with Ollivander about a wand, she said quietly. He's agreed to meet Harry privately, away from Diagon Alley where he might be recognized. John nodded. When? Next week, if agreeable. The full moon provides optimal conditions for wand selection, according to Ollivander. McGonagall's expression grew serious. I should warn you, obtaining a wand will accelerate Harry's magical development considerably. It may also make him more detectable to certain parties. We are prepared for threats, Kratos stated simply. McGonagall's lips thinned. I'm sure you are, but magical threats may not respond to your usual methods. We adapt, John said, his tone leaving no room for argument. After McGonagall departed through the fireplace in another whoosh of green flames, Harry collapsed onto the sofa, magically exhausted but pleased with himself. Did you see that shield? It was just like the one you showed me with the Spartan armor, Kratos. Kratos nodded, something almost like pride in his usually stoic expression. You learn quickly. Professor McGonagall says I might get a wand soon, Harry continued, excitement overcoming fatigue. A real wizard's wand. John sat across from him. A wand is just a tool, Harry. Like any weapon, it's the wielder that matters. I know, Harry said, suddenly serious. It's just, he paused, struggling to articulate his feelings. It makes it real, I suppose. That I'm actually a wizard. That my parents were wizards. John understood. Despite 2 years of magical training, Harry sometimes still seemed to doubt his place in the wizarding world, a lingering effect of the Dursleys' constant insistence that he was a freak and that magic wasn't real. Your parents would be proud, John said quietly. It wasn't empty reassurance. McGonagall had told them enough about Lily and James Potter to know they would have approved of their son's determination and courage, if not necessarily his unusual upbringing. Harry smiled, then yawned widely. Magical exertion always drained him more than physical training. Rest, Kratos commanded. We continue training at dawn. Harry groaned but didn't argue as he headed for his bedroom. Even after 2 years, he never complained about the rigorous schedule his guardians maintained. The cupboard under the stairs had taught him that things could always be worse, and at least now he was learning to protect himself. Once Harry was out of earshot, John turned to Kratos. McGonagall's right. A wand will make him more visible. Good, Kratos replied, surprising John. Let threats reveal themselves. Better to face enemies than wonder where they hide. John couldn't argue with the logic. We should increase his tactical training. Magical combat will be different. Agreed. The boy must learn to merge his skills. Kratos looked toward the hallway where Harry had disappeared. He grows stronger daily. But it may not be enough. The statement hung between them, acknowledging the unknown threat that had brought them here, a threat neither had forgotten despite 2 years of relative peace. We'll make it enough, John said with quiet determination. Kratos nodded, and the two killers-turned-guardians settled into planning the next phase of Harry Potter's education. The wand shop appeared suddenly between two ancient oaks, as if it had grown there over centuries rather than materializing moments before. Weathered wood and wavy glass windows gave it an ageless quality, the sign above the door reading simply, Ollivanders, in faded gold letters. Harry stood before it, flanked by John and Kratos. Professor McGonagall had brought them to this remote clearing in Wales before departing to give Mr. Ollivander space to work, as she put it. The wand maker apparently preferred minimal distractions during the selection process. "Ready?" John asked, noting Harry's nervous fidgeting. The boy nodded, pushing his glasses up with one finger, a habit that persisted despite McGonagall offering magical solutions for his vision. Harry had declined, explaining that his glasses were the one thing that had ever truly belonged to him at the Dursleys, repaired countless times with tape and sheer determination. John respected the sentiment. "Some scars you kept, not because you cherished them, but because they reminded you of what you'd survived." A bell tinkled softly as they entered the shop. Dust motes danced in rays of sunlight that filtered through the windows, illuminating thousands of narrow boxes stacked from floor to ceiling. The air smelled of wood polish, something herbal, and the indefinable crackle of magic. "Ah," came a soft voice from the shadows. "I wondered when I might be meeting you, Mr. Potter." An old man emerged from between the shelves, his pale eyes gleaming like moons in the dim light. His gaze traveled from Harry to his unusual companions, widening slightly at the sight of Kratos but betraying no fear. "Curious company you keep," Ollivander remarked. "But then, these are curious times." His attention returned to Harry. "You have your mother's eyes. I remember when she came in for her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Harry straightened, hungry for any information about his parents. "You remember every wand you've sold?" "Every one, Mr. Potter." Ollivander's eyes flicked to the scar on Harry's forehead. "And every wand remembers every spell it has cast. Including, I regret to say, the one that gave you that mark." John tensed almost imperceptibly. "You sold the wand that killed his parents?" "I sold the wand, yes." Ollivander seemed unperturbed by the subtle menace in John's tone. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I had known what that wand was going out into the world to do. Kratos growled low in his throat, a sound that would have sent most men backing away. Ollivander merely blinked. "The god of war disapproves," he observed mildly. "But surely you of all beings understand, sir, that weapons themselves are neither good nor evil. It is the wielder who determines their purpose." "Let's get on with it," John suggested, placing a calming hand on Harry's shoulder. Of course, of course." Ollivander produced a measuring tape which began taking measurements of Harry's arm, hand, and even between his nostrils, apparently of its own accord. Meanwhile, the wand maker pulled boxes from the shelves, muttering to himself. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand." The measuring tape dropped to the floor as Ollivander presented Harry with a wand from the first box. "Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy." "Try." Harry had barely grasped it when Ollivander snatched it back. "No, no, here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy." This pattern continued for nearly 30 minutes. With each failed wand, Harry grew more anxious, while the wand maker became increasingly excited. "Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder, now, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." As Harry's fingers closed around this wand, his expression changed instantly. Warmth spread from his hand up his arm, and when he gave it a tentative wave, a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework. John and Kratos watched carefully, noting both the power and the precision of the magical discharge, controlled despite Harry's obvious surprise. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious." Harry lowered the wand. "Sorry, but what's curious?" Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry's face paled. John moved closer to him, while Kratos's hand drifted toward the axe strapped to his back. "Yes, 13.5 inches. You. Curious indeed how these things happen. The wand chooses the wizard, remember. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." "That's enough," John said quietly but firmly. The wand-maker's enthusiasm was clearly distressing Harry. Of course, of course." Ollivander carefully placed the wand back in its box and wrapped it in brown paper. 7 galleons for the wand. As John counted out the wizarding currency McGonagall had provided, Ollivander's gaze shifted between the three of them. "An unusual trio," he murmured. "The boy who lived, the Baba Yaga, and the ghost of Sparta. I wonder what the fates intend with such a combination." "We make our own fate," Kratos rumbled, speaking for the first time since entering the shop. Ollivander smiled faintly. "Do we? I wonder." Outside, Harry clutched his wand box to his chest, his expression troubled. "The same core as Voldemort's wand. Does that mean?" "It means nothing," John interrupted firmly. "A wand is a tool. A weapon, like any other. But what if I'm like him? What if I become—" Kratos placed a massive hand on Harry's shoulder, his touch surprisingly gentle. "Power does not corrupt, boy. The corrupt seek power. Remember this." Harry looked up at the god of war, searching his face for reassurance. Whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him, for he nodded and straightened his shoulders. "Let's go home," John suggested, and the trio departed, leaving Ollivander's shop to dissolve back into the forest behind them. Summer faded into autumn, and Harry's training intensified with the addition of his wand. McGonagall visited twice weekly now, her lessons focusing on defensive magic that complemented the combat training John and Kratos provided. Harry proved an apt student in all disciplines. His small frame, quick reflexes, and analytical mind made him surprisingly effective in the physical training sessions. With a wand, his magical abilities blossomed exponentially, confirming McGonagall's prediction. On a crisp October morning, Harry stood in the center of their outdoor training area, wand in one hand, a short blade John had gifted him in the other. A series of enchanted targets circled him, wooden discs McGonagall had spelled to fly at random intervals and angles. "Begin," John commanded from the sidelines, stopwatch in hand. The first target launched itself at Harry's back. Without turning, he dropped into a roll, coming up with his wand extended. "Reducto!" he called, and the target exploded into splinters. 2 more discs flew at him simultaneously from different directions. Harry slashed at one with his blade, the enchanted metal cleaving through the wood, while simultaneously casting a shield charm to deflect the other. "Keep moving," Kratos instructed. "Stationary targets die first." Harry obeyed, maintaining constant motion as he alternated between magical and physical defenses. For 3 full minutes, he successfully neutralized every target, his movements becoming a fluid dance of blade, wand, and body. Only when the last target lay in fragments did he stop, breathing hard but grinning with satisfaction. 1 minute, 48 seconds, John announced. Better than last week. Harry pushed sweat-soaked hair from his forehead, revealing the lightning scar that had faded somewhat over the years. Still not fast enough to beat your record. John's lips quirked in the closest thing to a smile he typically displayed. You're 9. Give it time. Harry's retort was cut short by the sound of wards triggering, a high, clear chime that indicated someone had crossed the outer perimeter of their property. All three tensed instantly, years of vigilance impossible to ignore. Inside, John ordered, drawing his pistol. Harry didn't argue, though his grip on his wand tightened. Could be McGonagall, he suggested as they moved swiftly toward the house. McGonagall uses the flu, Kratos reminded him, the Leviathan axe already in his hand. And the wards recognize her magical signature. Inside, John directed Harry to the panic room they'd established in the cellar, a magically reinforced space with emergency port keys and enough supplies to last for weeks. It was a precaution they'd never needed to use, but Harry knew the drill. I can help, he protested as John checked the monitoring spells that showed the property's perimeter. Not this time, John replied, his voice leaving no room for argument. Harry reluctantly entered the panic room, but not before pressing something into John's hand, a small stone carved with a rune of protection. McGonagall had taught him the enchantment months ago, and he'd been practicing secretly. John glanced at the stone, then at Harry, understanding passing between them. Stay safe. We'll handle this. The door sealed behind Harry with magical and conventional locks, leaving John and Kratos to face whatever had triggered their wards. South perimeter, John reported, studying the magical display. Single intruder, moving slowly. Kratos nodded. I will circle east. You take west. Converge on the target. They moved with practiced coordination, exiting through separate doors and melting into the wooded surroundings of their property. 2 years of training together had forged an unexpected partnership between the assassin and the god, different in methods but aligned in purpose. John advanced through the trees, gun ready but movement silent. Enhanced wards showed the intruder's position on a mental map, still approaching, now just beyond the tree line near the small stream that marked their southern boundary. Through gaps in the foliage, John caught his first glimpse of the intruder, a tall figure in dark robes, face hidden beneath a deep hood. It moved with unnatural smoothness, feet barely seeming to touch the ground. John circled wide, positioning himself to cut off any retreat. Across the clearing, he spotted Kratos doing the same, the god of war blending into the shadows with surprising effectiveness for one so large. The hooded figure stopped in the center of the clearing, head turning slowly as if surveying its surroundings. Then, with deliberate precision, it raised skeletal hands and lowered its hood. John's breath caught. It was the same entity that had brought them to this world 2 years ago, the same gaunt, almost skull-like face and bottomless eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The Baba Yaga, it said, voice bypassing ears to resonate directly in John's mind. The ghost of Sparta. You have done well with the boy. Kratos stepped from the shadows, axe held ready. Why have you returned? The entity turned toward him without surprise. Because it is time for the next phase. John emerged from the opposite side, keeping the being between them. Next phase of what? The boy's preparation. The entity's lipless mouth curved in what might have been a smile. He grows in strength and skill, but it is not enough. He must be tested. John's finger tightened on his trigger. Tested how? By fire. By blood. By loss. The entity spread its skeletal hands. Even now, the first test approaches. Enemies have discovered his location. They come for him. Kratos growled. What enemies? Servants of the fractured soul. Seekers of the broken one's return. The entity's gaze shifted between them. They will arrive with the new moon. 3 days hence. They will be many. They will be lethal. Death Eaters, John muttered, recognizing the description from McGonagall's warnings. Followers of Voldemort who had escaped justice after their master's fall. Why warn us? Kratos demanded. You speak in riddles and shadows. What is your purpose with the boy? The entity's hollow eyes fixed on Kratos. Balance, god of war. The universe seeks balance. The boy stands at a crossroads of fate. In most timelines, he walks a path of pain and sacrifice that ends in partial victory at terrible cost. And in our timeline? John asked. That depends on you. The entity began to fade, its form becoming translucent. The boy must survive what comes. He must learn what only you can teach him. And when the time comes, you must be willing to give him what only you possess. Speak plainly. Kratos demanded, but the entity had almost completely disappeared. Prepare for what comes, it whispered as it faded entirely. The forging continues. Silence fell over the clearing. John and Kratos exchanged grim looks, both recognizing the implications of the warning. McGonagall, John said. She needs to know. Kratos nodded. The house must be fortified. And the boy? The boy needs to be ready, John finished. But not alarmed. Not yet. They returned to the house to find Harry waiting anxiously by the panic room door, having disengaged the locks from the inside, a skill neither man had taught him, but which didn't surprise them. What was it? Harry asked immediately. Who crossed the wards? John and Kratos exchanged a look, silently debating how much to share. An envoy, Kratos finally said. The same entity that brought us to you. Harry's eyes widened. The robed figure. What did it want? To warn us, John replied, deciding that partial truth was better than outright deception. There may be danger coming. Nothing we can't handle, but we'll need to take precautions. Harry absorbed this, then nodded with the serious expression that sometimes made him seem far older than 9. What should I do? Continue your training, Kratos stated. Focus on combining your skills. Magic and blade together. And stay close to the house for the next few days, John added. No solo explorations. Harry agreed without complaint, recognizing the gravity in both men's expressions. As he headed upstairs to clean up before lunch, John sent a message to McGonagall through the enchanted mirror she provided for emergencies. Within an hour, both McGonagall and Dumbledore arrived via the Floo network, faces grim as John and Kratos relayed the entity's warning. Death Eaters, McGonagall whispered, hands clasped tightly in her lap. But how could they have found this location? The Fidelius charm has limitations, Dumbledore interrupted gently. It cannot protect against certain forms of ancient tracking magic if the target's magical signature is known. Harry's wand, John realized. Ollivander said it shared a core with Voldemort's. Could that create a connection? Dumbledore's eyes sharpened with interest. Possibly. The phenomenon of brother wands is rare and not fully understood. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. More concerning is the implication that Voldemort's followers have access to such tracking magic. It suggests organization beyond what we've observed since his fall. It suggests he's not as gone as your world believes, Kratos stated bluntly. A heavy silence followed this pronouncement. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. I have long feared as much, he admitted. There were indicators that Tom Riddle took certain precautions against mortality. Tom Riddle? John asked. Voldemort's birth name, Dumbledore explained. Before he fashioned himself a Dark Lord. McGonagall leaned forward urgently. We must move Harry immediately. Hogwarts would be safest. No, John and Kratos said simultaneously. Gentlemen, McGonagall began, exasperation evident. We don't run, John explained calmly. We prepare. We control the battlefield. And we eliminate the threat. Kratos nodded in agreement. This house is defensible. We know its weaknesses and strengths. Better to face enemies here than flee to unfamiliar ground. Dumbledore studied them with newfound interest. You intend to confront Death Eaters directly? They are not common criminals, I assure you. Their magic is deadly, particularly the unforgivable curses. We have faced gods and armies, Kratos replied without boasting. These wizards bleed like any other. And if they cannot reach Harry, they will find other targets, John added. Civilian targets. This ends here. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances, some silent communication passing between them. Very well, Dumbledore finally agreed. But you will accept our assistance in fortifying the property. And I will send additional help, those I trust absolutely who have experience fighting dark wizards. John nodded. Acceptable. But Harry remains under our protection directly. Of course. Dumbledore rose, suddenly radiating a power that reminded both John and Kratos that beneath the grandfatherly exterior was a wizard of extraordinary capability. Let us begin the preparations. We have much to do and little time. The next 3 days passed in a blur of activity. Dumbledore brought in Bill Weasley, a cursebreaker from Gringotts, to strengthen the property's existing wards and add new layers of magical protection. McGonagall transfigured the surrounding landscape, creating hidden pitfalls and defensive positions that would funnel attackers into predetermined zones. Most surprising was the arrival of a grizzled, battle-scarred wizard with a magical eye that rotated independently of its counterpart. He introduced himself simply as Moody and spent the first hour testing the security arrangements by attempting to breach them himself. Not bad, he grunted after failing to penetrate the inner perimeter. Might slow them down for a minute or two. Harry found Moody fascinating, particularly the magical eye that could see through walls and invisibility cloaks. The ex-Auror, in turn, seemed impressed by Harry's training. Not often you see a wizard who can handle himself without a wand, Moody remarked after observing one of Harry's sessions with John. Good thinking. Constant vigilance, he suddenly bellowed, making Harry jump. Never know when they might disarm you. By the evening of the third day, the new moon, the property had been transformed into a fortress. Magical alarms would trigger at multiple perimeter points. Traps lay hidden throughout the surrounding woods. The house itself had been reinforced with charms that would resist most magical attacks. Harry, despite not being told the full extent of the threat, understood that something serious was coming. He had spent extra hours practicing the spells McGonagall deemed most useful for self-defense, along with the physical techniques John and Kratos had taught him. As darkness fell, the defenders gathered in the main room of the house. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Moody, and Bill Weasley represented the magical contingent. John and Kratos, armed with both conventional and enchanted weapons, completed the group. Harry had been instructed to remain in the panic room, protected by the house's strongest defenses. They'll come from the north, Moody predicted, his magical eye spinning to peer through walls in that direction. Darker approach, better cover. How many? John asked, checking his pistol one final time. McGonagall had enchanted his ammunition to penetrate magical shields, a modification she clearly found distasteful but necessary. Hard to say, Moody replied. Could be a small elite team, could be a full assault force. Depends on how important they consider the target. Kratos stood by the window, Leviathan axe humming with cold energy in his grip. They will learn the cost of threatening what is ours. A sound from the staircase drew their attention. Harry stood there, wand in hand, a determined expression on his young face. I'm not hiding, he announced before anyone could speak. Not while you're all fighting because of me. Harry, McGonagall began. No. Harry descended the final steps. I've been training for 2 years for this exact reason. What's the point if I just hide when real danger comes? John moved to intercept him. The point is keeping you alive, he said quietly. That's our job. And what about when I'm at Hogwarts? Harry challenged. Will you be there every time someone tries to hurt me? I need to learn to fight my own battles sometime. Not at 9 years old, McGonagall interjected firmly. Kratos, surprisingly, spoke in Harry's defense. The boy has a point. He must face fear to overcome it. Dumbledore studied Harry with thoughtful eyes. Perhaps a compromise. Harry remains inside the house's strongest wards but is not confined to the panic room. He can observe and assist with defensive magic from safety. Harry looked ready to argue further, but John placed a hand on his shoulder. This isn't negotiable, Harry. You stay protected. That doesn't make you weak, it makes you smart. Choose the battles you can win. Something in John's tone must have reached him, for Harry finally nodded. Fine. But I want to monitor everything through the viewing glass. And if they breach the house, then you use the emergency port key, Dumbledore finished firmly. No heroics. Before Harry could respond, Moody's magical eye fixed on the northern woods. They're here, he growled. At least a dozen, maybe more. Spreading out along the perimeter. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Bill Weasley moved to activate the inner ward matrix. McGonagall transformed a nearby table into a tactical map showing the property and red dots representing detected intruders. Dumbledore's normally genial expression hardened into something ancient and formidable. Harry, to the observation room, John instructed, his voice leaving no room for argument this time. Now. Harry hesitated only briefly before complying, disappearing through a doorway that connected to a magically protected room with viewing glasses that showed the entire property. Positions, Moody barked, taking charge with the natural authority of a veteran commander. Albus, Central Defense. Minerva, East Wing. Weasley, Ward Maintenance. I'll take the west approach. His magical eye swiveled to John and Kratos. You two, do whatever it is you do best. John nodded once, then turned to Kratos. Hunting. The god of war's face split in a fierce grin. Hunting. They slipped out through separate exits while the wizards established their defensive positions. Outside, darkness had fully descended, the new moon providing no illumination. For most, this would be a disadvantage. For John Wick, who had hunted in the shadows of the world's darkest corners, it was familiar territory. He moved silently through the trees, enhanced vision, courtesy of a potion McGonagall had provided, allowing him to see the heat signatures of approaching figures. They moved with the confidence of trained killers, wands extended, dark robes billowing slightly in the night breeze. John counted 8 from his position, which meant at least 4 more approaching from other directions. He touched the communication stone in his pocket, another of McGonagall's creations, and whispered, 8 north, moving in formation. Flanking east. Kratos's voice rumbled back, 4 west, 2 south. They test the boundaries. The first alarm triggered, a subtle vibration through the ground that wouldn't alert the intruders but informed the defenders that the outermost perimeter had been breached. The Death Eaters were inside the first ring of defenses. John positioned himself behind a massive oak, watching as 2 robed figures approached cautiously. Their silver masks gleamed dully in the darkness, giving them a ghostly appearance. The wards are complex, one whispered to the other. Dumbledore's work, no doubt. The Dark Lord's artifact pierced them, the second replied. The boy is here. We need only reach the house. John remained perfectly still as they passed within feet of his position. Once they were beyond him, he moved, a shadow detaching from shadows. The first Death Eater died without a sound, a garrote wire cutting off both breath and the ability to cast spells. The second turned at the soft thump of his companion's body hitting the ground, but too late. John's enchanted knife found the gap between mask and robe, slicing through the carotid artery with surgical precision. 2 down. 10 remaining. Across the property, Kratos engaged his targets with less subtlety but equal effectiveness. The Leviathan axe cleaved through magical shields as if they were paper, the enchanted metal ignoring protections designed to stop spells rather than physical objects. The first Death Eater Kratos encountered managed to cast a killing curse, a jet of green light that the god of war simply sidestepped before burying his axe in the wizard's chest. The second and third tried to apparate away when they saw their comrade fall, only to discover that the property's anti-apparition wards had been silently activated. Inside the house, Dumbledore monitored the outer conflicts through the tactical map. "They're testing for weaknesses," he observed. "These are merely the advance force." Moody grunted in agreement. "Cannon fodder. The real threat will come once they've mapped our defenses." As if confirming his assessment, a much larger wave of heat signatures appeared at the property's edge, at least 20 additional attackers, these moving with greater purpose and coordination. "Main assault," Moody warned through the communication stones. "Prepare for breach attempts." Harry watched from the observation room, heart pounding as he tracked the red dots representing Death Eaters and the blue dots showing the defenders. John and Kratos appeared to be systematically eliminating intruders in the woods, while Dumbledore and the others maintained the house's defenses. "They're splitting up," Harry murmured to himself, noticing a pattern in the attackers' movements. 3 groups, converging from different directions, while a fourth seemed to be attempting something at the property's edge. Harry focused the viewing glass on this fourth group. They stood in a circle, wands raised, a shimmering energy beginning to form between them. "They're trying to break the wards," he called through his own communication stone. "North edge, 6 wizards, some kind of ritual." "I see them," came Dumbledore's calm reply. "Most concerning. That particular ritual requires significant sacrifice." As they watched, one of the circle's members stepped into the center and raised his wand to his own chest. A flash of light, and the wizard collapsed, his life force feeding the ritual as the ward-breaking spell intensified. "Human sacrifice," Moody growled. "Dark magic of the worst kind." The property's defenses began to flicker as the ritual strengthened. Harry could feel the change, a pressure in his ears, a trembling in the foundations of the house itself. Outside, John and Kratos sensed the shift as well. The god of war immediately changed direction, moving toward the ritual circle with terrifying speed. John continued his methodical elimination of the attackers nearest the house, each shot and strike calculated for maximum efficiency. Kratos reached the ritual circle just as a second Death Eater prepared to sacrifice himself. With a roar that shook the trees, the god of war launched himself into their midst, Leviathan axe carving a path of destruction through flesh and bone. The ritual faltered as its participants scattered, but damage had already been done. A section of the outer wards collapsed, allowing the main assault force to pour through the gap. "Fall back to secondary positions," Dumbledore instructed through the communication stones. "The outer perimeter is compromised." Inside the observation room, Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Something was wrong, not just the breach, but something else. A presence, cold and malevolent, that seemed to reach for him specifically. In the main room, Dumbledore sensed it too. His face paled as he turned to McGonagall. "He's here," the headmaster said quietly. "Not in body, but in essence. Tom has found a vessel." Before McGonagall could respond, the front door exploded inward despite the protections upon it. Through the debris stepped a tall, gaunt wizard whose face seemed partially melted, as if something fought to reshape it from within. When he spoke, his voice carried an echo, as though 2 people spoke simultaneously. "Dumbledore," the figure hissed. "How fitting that you should witness the boy's capture." Dumbledore stood tall, power radiating from him in palpable waves. "You will not touch Harry Potter today, Tom. Nor will your servant Mulciber survive your possession much longer." The possessed Death Eater laughed, a chilling sound that seemed to drop the temperature of the room. "This body is merely temporary. Soon I shall have another, younger vessel. The boy's power will sustain me until my true return can be completed." Without warning, he cast a spell of such malevolence that the air itself seemed to blacken. Dumbledore countered with a shield of golden light, the collision of magics creating a thunderous boom that shook the house to its foundations. In the observation room, Harry gasped as pain lanced through his scar, more intense than anything he'd ever experienced. Through watering eyes, he saw more Death Eaters breaching the house from multiple points. McGonagall and Moody engaged them with fierce efficiency, but they were outnumbered. Where were John and Kratos? Harry scanned the viewing glasses desperately, finally locating them fighting their way back toward the house, cutting through Death Eaters with ruthless precision. But they were still too far away to help with the immediate threat. The possessed Mulciber and Dumbledore continued their magical duel, power crackling between them as spells collided in bursts of light and sound. The headmaster fought with skill and power that belied his age, but his opponent wielded magic that seemed to corrupt the very air. "You've grown old, Dumbledore," the echoing voice taunted. "While I have discovered pathways to power you never dared explore. And yet you remain incomplete, Tom. A shadow of yourself, parasitizing the bodies of your followers." Dumbledore deflected another attack, countering with a spell that briefly revealed the true face of the possessing entity, Serpentine, barely human. Harry watched, transfixed by horror and fascination. This was Voldemort, or what remained of him. The being who had murdered his parents and tried to kill him. The reason he bore the lightning scar. The reason John Wick and Kratos had been brought into his life. As if sensing Harry's attention, the possessed Death Eater suddenly turned toward the observation room, red eyes gleaming through the magical viewing glass. "There you are," he whispered, voice somehow reaching Harry's mind directly. "I feel you watching, boy. Your fear. Your fascination. So like your mother in the end, unable to look away from death's approach." White-hot rage replaced Harry's fear. Without conscious thought, he raised his wand, fury and grief fueling his magic beyond anything he'd managed in training. "Reducto," he screamed, and the spell blasted through the viewing glass, through the wall, directly at the possessed figure. Caught by surprise, neither Mulciber or the entity possessing him managed to raise a shield in time. The spell struck with the force of Harry's unfiltered emotion, sending the Death Eater crashing through the opposite wall. Dumbledore turned, shock evident on his face. "Harry, no." But Harry had already left the observation room, wand extended, a shield charm glimmering around him just as John had taught him. His green eyes blazed with a fire that had nothing to do with his age and everything to do with the rage of a boy who had lost everything once before and refused to lose more. "You killed my parents," Harry said, voice steady despite his racing heart. "You won't hurt anyone else I care about." The possessed Death Eater rose from the rubble, blood streaming from a wound in his chest. The face shifted between human and serpentine, control of the body apparently contested between host and parasite. "Brave like your father," the echoing voice wheezed. "Foolish like him too." Dumbledore moved to place himself between Harry and the threat, but three more Death Eaters burst into the room, forcing the headmaster to divide his attention. Harry maintained his shield as the possessed wizard raised his wand. Whatever spell he intended to cast, however, was interrupted by a sound like thunder. John Wick stood in the shattered doorway, his enchanted pistol smoking. The bullet had struck the Death Eater's wand hand, obliterating it in a spray of bone and tissue. "Get away from him," John said, voice colder than Harry had ever heard it. The possessed wizard howled, a sound of rage rather than pain. His remaining hand extended, wandless magic manifesting as a wave of force that sent furniture flying. John rolled with the impact, coming up firing again. This time his shot took the Death Eater in the shoulder, spinning him around. "Foolish muggle," the echoing voice snarled. "You cannot kill what is already beyond death." A massive shadow filled the doorway behind the wounded Death Eater. Kratos, bloodied but unbowed, seized the possessed wizard by the throat and lifted him from the ground. "Perhaps not," the god of war growled. "But we can send you back to whatever hell spawned you." The Death Eater's body began to contort unnaturally, the possessing entity fighting to escape its damaged vessel. Dark smoke leaked from the man's eyes and mouth, coalescing into a shape with glowing red eyes. Fascinating, the spectral form hissed, regarding Kratos with malevolent curiosity. A god from another realm. Your power. I could use such power. The smoke lunged toward Kratos, attempting to possess him instead. The god of war roared in defiance, his tattoos flaring with fiery light as he repelled the invasion through sheer force of will. You are not the first deity to attempt dominion over me, Kratos snarled. You will fail as they did. The smoke recoiled, then darted toward Harry. John moved instantly, placing himself in its path. For a terrible moment, the smoke enveloped the assassin, seeking entry. John! Harry cried, raising his wand uselessly, not knowing how to fight such an enemy. But John Wick stood unmoved, his expression cold and focused. The smoke swirled around him in apparent confusion, unable to penetrate whatever barrier protected him. The Baba Yaga, the voice whispered, now sounding uncertain. What are you? A man of focus, John replied quietly. Commitment. Sheer will. Dumbledore, having dispatched the other Death Eaters with McGonagall's help, raised his wand and began an incantation in a language Harry didn't recognize. Golden light spread from the headmaster's wand, forming symbols in the air that trapped the smoke within a complex pattern. You cannot banish me forever, the voice raged as the smoke was compressed and contained. I have anchors in this world that you have not discovered. I will return. But not today, Dumbledore said firmly as he completed the spell. The smoke compressed further until it imploded with a sound like distant screaming, leaving nothing behind but the scent of ash and corruption. Silence fell over the ruined room. Outside, the sounds of conflict had ceased as well, suggesting the remaining Death Eaters had either been neutralized or fled after their master's defeat. Harry lowered his wand slowly, adrenaline draining from his system. Is he gone? For now, Dumbledore confirmed, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. Though I fear Tom spoke truly about having prepared for such eventualities. John crossed to Harry, checking him for injuries with quick, efficient movements. Are you hurt? Harry shook his head. I'm okay. But I left the safe room. I broke the rules. Yes, John agreed, meeting Harry's eyes directly. You did. Expecting anger or disappointment, Harry was surprised when John simply nodded. You made a tactical decision based on changing circumstances. We'll discuss the pros and cons later. Kratos approached, blood, mostly not his own, drying on his ashen skin. The boy fought well. The boy nearly got himself possessed by the darkest wizard of our time, McGonagall interjected, having entered behind Dumbledore. Despite her words, relief showed clearly on her face at seeing Harry unharmed. Moody limped in, looking more battered than when they'd started but wearing a grim smile. 14 confirmed dead, he reported. 8 captured, the rest fled when they felt their master vanish. Not bad for a night's work. Bill Weasley followed, his long hair singed but otherwise appearing unharmed. The wards are stabilizing. I've patched the breach temporarily, but we'll need more permanent repairs. Dumbledore surveyed the damaged house, then turned to Harry with gentle eyes. I believe, Mr. Potter, that after tonight's excitement, alternative accommodations might be advisable. Perhaps Hogwarts, until repairs can be completed. Harry looked to John and Kratos, unwilling to be separated from them, especially after what they'd just faced together. We stay together, John stated, not a request. Dumbledore nodded, unsurprised. Of course. Hogwarts can accommodate all 3 of you until your home is restored. As they prepared to leave the damaged house, gathering only essential items, Harry found himself between John and Kratos, his unlikely guardians, now proven in battle as well as training. I felt him, Harry admitted quietly. In my head. My scar hurt when he was near. John and Kratos exchanged glances over Harry's head. A connection, Kratos observed. The mark he left carries power. We'll find a way to protect you from it, John promised. Harry nodded, trusting them implicitly despite the night's horrors. I wasn't afraid, he realized aloud. Not really. Not with you both there. Fear is natural, boy, Kratos rumbled. Even for gods. It is mastering fear that matters. And you did, John added. When it counted. Harry straightened at the rare praise. We won, right? This battle, John confirmed. There will be others. But we'll face them together, Harry said with certainty. Neither man contradicted him as they joined the others for transport to Hogwarts. The entity's warning had proven accurate, the first test had indeed come with fire and blood. Yet Harry had survived, protected by his unusual guardians and his own emerging strengths. The forging, as the entity had called it, continued. Hogwarts Castle stood magnificent against the night sky, its many towers and turrets silhouetted by starlight. Harry stared up at it in wonder as they approached via the main gates, McGonagall leading the way while Dumbledore handled the transfer of captured Death Eaters to Ministry custody. It's beautiful, Harry whispered. It is quite impressive, John agreed, though his eyes continued to scan their surroundings out of habit. Kratos said nothing, but his gaze lingered on the ancient stonework with something like recognition. He had seen many temples and fortresses in his long existence, but something about Hogwarts resonated differently, magic layered upon magic over centuries, creating a presence that even a god could appreciate. Inside, the castle proved even more magnificent. Moving staircases, talking portraits, ghosts drifting through walls, Harry tried to absorb it all, momentarily distracted from the night's traumatic events. McGonagall led them to a suite of rooms on the castle's third floor, a comfortable sitting area with a fireplace, connected to 3 bedrooms and a private bathroom. These are typically reserved for visiting dignitaries, she explained. They should suffice until your home can be repaired. Harry yawned widely, the night's adrenaline finally giving way to bone-deep exhaustion. McGonagall noticed immediately. Bed, Mr. Potter, she instructed firmly. The castle's exploration can wait until tomorrow. Too tired to argue, Harry bid goodnight to his guardians and nearly stumbled into the bedroom McGonagall indicated. He was asleep before his head fully settled on the pillow. In the sitting room, McGonagall conjured a tea service, then hesitated before adding a bottle of Ogden's finest fire whiskey. I suspect you gentlemen might prefer something stronger after tonight's events. John nodded appreciatively as she poured 3 glasses. Even Kratos accepted the offering, though he sniffed it suspiciously before drinking. The boy performed admirably, McGonagall said after a moment. Though I maintain he should never have left the protected room. He made a choice, John replied. Saw a tactical opening and took it. He's 9 years old. He's a warrior in training, Kratos countered. Age matters less than heart. McGonagall's lips thinned, but she didn't continue the argument. After 2 years, she had learned that certain battles with Harry's unusual guardians were unwinnable. What happens now? John asked instead. Voldemort, or whatever remains of him, knows Harry is alive and protected. He'll try again. Indeed. McGonagall sipped her tea thoughtfully. Albus believes tonight's events confirm his worst fears about you-know-whose methods of survival. He has begun researching certain dark magics that might explain the form we witnessed. Horcruxes, came Dumbledore's voice from the doorway as the headmaster entered quietly. I apologize for the intrusion, but I felt this conversation should include me. Horcruxes. Kratos repeated, the unfamiliar word sitting strangely on his tongue. Dumbledore settled into an armchair with a weary sigh. The darkest of magics. A method of achieving a form of immortality by splitting one's soul and housing the fragments in objects, or occasionally, living hosts. He glanced toward Harry's room. I have suspected for some time that Tom created multiple Horcruxes. Tonight's encounter confirms it. And Harry's scar? John asked, his expression carefully neutral. The connection he described. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. A concerning development. I had hoped, but no matter. We must investigate further. Speak plainly, wizard, Kratos demanded. If the boy is in specific danger, we must know it. Dumbledore studied the god of war for a long moment before nodding. Very well. I believe it possible, though I pray I am wrong, that when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded upon him that night, a fragment of his soul may have latched onto the only living thing remaining in the room. Harry, John said quietly. An unintentional Horcrux, Dumbledore confirmed heavily. Though I cannot be certain without further study. The implications hung heavily in the air. If part of Voldemort's soul resided within Harry's scar, it complicated their protection of him immeasurably. Can it be removed? Kratos asked directly. I don't know, Dumbledore admitted. The magic involved is ancient and obscure. Horcruxes are typically destroyed, not exorcised. John's eyes hardened. We're not destroying Harry. Of course not, Dumbledore agreed quickly. Which is why we must find another solution. In the meantime, I believe a clemency training might help shield Harry's mind from Voldemort's influence. A clemency? John inquired. The magical defense of the mind against external penetration, McGonagall explained. It's highly advanced magic, rarely taught to anyone below NEWT level. The boy learns quickly, Kratos stated. He will master this as well. Dumbledore nodded. I believe he can, with proper instruction. I would offer to teach him myself, but I fear my presence might actually strengthen the connection to Voldemort due to our history. I can begin the preliminary training, McGonagall offered. Though we'll need a true expert eventually. John set down his glass. Whatever Harry needs to learn, we'll ensure he learns it. But this doesn't change our approach. We continue training him to defend himself physically and magically. We find these Horcruxes and eliminate them. And we keep Harry safe while he grows strong enough to face whatever comes. Dumbledore regarded John with newfound respect. A most pragmatic approach, Mr. Wick. And one I find myself in agreement with. The conversation continued late into the night, strategies formed and discarded as the unusual allies planned for a threat none of them fully understood. Eventually, McGonagall and Dumbledore departed, leaving John and Kratos to maintain their vigilance over their sleeping ward. The boy changed tonight, Kratos observed as they stood at the window overlooking the moonlit grounds of Hogwarts. He faced death and chose to fight rather than flee. John nodded. He's becoming what he needs to be. What that entity wants him to be, Kratos corrected. We still do not know its true purpose. No, John agreed. But for now, our purposes align. Harry survives. He grows stronger. He learns. Kratos gazed out at the ancient forest that bordered the school grounds. The wizard spoke of Horcruxes, fragments of soul stored in objects. In my world, such things were crafted by the most corrupt of gods and titans. Always, they led to madness and destruction. And in my world, they're the stuff of fiction, John replied. But here, they're real enough to threaten Harry. We will find them, Kratos stated with grim certainty. And destroy them as we would any enemy. John nodded, the two killers united in purpose as they had been since that night on Privet Drive 2 years ago. Whatever came next, whatever threats emerged from the shadows, Harry Potter would face them with the Baba Yaga and the god of war at his side. The forging continued, each challenge tempering the boy into something stronger. Something, perhaps, that even the entity that had brought them together could not fully anticipate. The remaining weeks of autumn passed quickly as Harry adjusted to life at Hogwarts. Though most students were unaware of his presence in the castle, Dumbledore had arranged for their suite to be both secluded and protected by various enchantments. Harry flourished in the magical environment. His training continued, adapted to their new circumstances. The room of requirement, revealed to them by Dumbledore, proved ideal for physical training with John and Kratos, as it could transform into whatever environment they needed, from forest to urban landscape to open arena. McGonagall began Harry's occlumency training, teaching him the basics of mental discipline and visualization. To everyone's surprise, Harry showed a natural aptitude for it, perhaps because of the focus techniques Kratos had already taught him for controlling his emotions during combat. By mid-December, repairs to their Lake District home had been completed, with enhanced protections and new wards that Dumbledore himself had designed. The trio prepared to return home for the Christmas holiday, though not without some reluctance on Harry's part. "I'll miss the library," he admitted as they packed their few belongings. Over the weeks, he had discovered a voracious appetite for magical knowledge, spending hours researching everything from defensive spells to magical creatures to the history of Horcruxes, though Dumbledore monitored this last subject carefully. "We'll return in the summer," John promised. "And you'll be back as a student in less than 2 years." Harry nodded, folding a sweater McGonagall had given him, emerald green to match his eyes, she'd said. "Do you think there'll be more attacks?" "When we go home, I mean." John and Kratos exchanged glances. They had never lied to Harry about the dangers he faced, believing that knowledge was another form of protection. "Yes," Kratos answered honestly. "But we will be prepared." Harry considered this, then nodded. "I've been practicing that binding spell Professor Flitwick showed me. The one that works against physical and magical attacks simultaneously." "Good," John approved. "But remember, magic isn't always the answer," Harry finished with a small smile. "Sometimes a knife is quicker than a wand. And sometimes retreat is wiser than either," Kratos added, surprising both of them. The god of war rarely advocated withdrawal from conflict. Harry's eyebrows rose. "You're suggesting I run from a fight?" "I am suggesting you learn to recognize which battles must be fought immediately and which can be delayed until circumstances favor you." Kratos fixed Harry with his intense gaze. "Even gods must sometimes withdraw to fight another day." Harry absorbed this lesson thoughtfully as they finished packing. By mid-afternoon, they stood at Hogwarts' main entrance, saying farewell to McGonagall and Dumbledore. "Remember your occlumency exercises, Mr. Potter," McGonagall instructed. 15 minutes each morning and evening at minimum." "Yes, Professor," Harry promised. Dumbledore handed John a small wooden box. "A communication mirror," he explained. "Paired with one I carry. Should you need immediate assistance, simply speak my name into it." John accepted the gift with a nod of thanks. Such alliances were valuable, even if he and Kratos remained naturally cautious about depending on others for Harry's protection. The journey home was uneventful, a deliberate anticlimax arranged by Dumbledore, who had created a complex series of false trails and decoys to mask their actual travel plans. By nightfall, they were settled once again in their Lake District house, the familiar surroundings both comforting and slightly strange after weeks in the castle. Harry paused in the doorway of his bedroom, surveying the space that had been his for 2 years now. The walls held shelves of books on magic and combat, interspersed with artifacts from his training, a small practice axe from Kratos, a set of specialized throwing knives from John, magical items from McGonagall and Dumbledore. On his desk sat framed wizarding photos of his parents that McGonagall had given him, James and Lily Potter smiling and waving eternally. "It's good to be home," Harry said softly. John, passing in the hallway, heard him and stopped. "Yes," he agreed simply. It was still strange sometimes, the domesticity of it all, so far removed from the life of the Baba Yaga. Yet undeniably real. That night, as Harry slept peacefully, John and Kratos sat in the kitchen, reviewing information Dumbledore had provided about known Death Eaters still at large and possible locations of Voldemort's Horcruxes. "The locket remains unaccounted for," John noted, studying the parchment. "And the cup is supposedly in a Gringotts vault belonging to the Lestrange family." Kratos grunted. "The wizard bank with its own army of guardians. Not an easy target." "No," John agreed. "Though not impossible. You have experience with such heists?" Kratos asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Not personally," John admitted. But I know people who specialize in impossible thefts. Or knew them, in my world. Kratos nodded, understanding the constant reminder of displacement that they both lived with. For all they had built here, for all their commitment to Harry's safety, they remained aliens in this world, legendary figures pulled from fiction into reality. The entity has not appeared again, Kratos observed, changing the subject. Not since it warned us of the attack. No, John agreed. But it's watching. I can feel it sometimes. Kratos nodded slowly. As can I. It waits for something specific. The next phase of Harry's forging, John quoted. Whatever that means. The boy grows stronger daily, Kratos noted. His magic develops faster than the wizards expected. His combat skills improve. He learns to merge both aspects of his training. But something's still coming, John said, voicing what they both felt. Something that will test all of us. They fell silent, each contemplating what challenges might lie ahead. After 2 years in this world, one truth had become abundantly clear: whatever had brought them to Harry Potter had done so for reasons beyond simple protection. The boy was being shaped for a purpose neither of them fully understood yet. All they could do was continue what they had begun, training Harry to survive whatever came. Teaching him to combine John's precision and strategy with Kratos's power and resilience. Preparing him for a destiny that remained shrouded in mystery. And standing beside him, whatever that destiny might be. Spring arrived with a riot of wildflowers across the hills surrounding their home. Harry had settled back into their routine, physical training with John and Kratos in the mornings, magical studies with visiting professors in the afternoons, strategy and tactical planning in the evenings. His 10th birthday approached, marking nearly 3 years since the unlikely family had formed. 3 years of constant preparation for threats both known and unknown. On a mild April morning, as Harry practiced throwing knives under John's watchful eye, an unexpected visitor arrived. Not through the Fleur network or by conventional means, but by simply appearing at the edge of their property, somehow bypassing wards that should have prevented such an entrance. The entity stood tall and gaunt as ever, its robed form motionless as it observed Harry's training. John spotted it first, his hand immediately going to his weapon. Harry, inside. Now. Harry turned, saw the figure, and tensed. Is that? Inside, John repeated, his tone leaving no room for argument. This time, Harry obeyed, though he moved to a window position that would allow him to observe while remaining protected. 2 years of training had taught him when to follow orders without question. Kratos emerged from the house, Leviathan axe already in hand. Together, he and John approached the entity with measured caution. You cross our boundaries uninvited, Kratos growled. Explain yourself. The entity's hollow eyes regarded them impassively. The forging progresses well, it said, voice bypassing their ears as always. The boy shows promise. What do you want? John demanded, tired of cryptic observations. To prepare you for what comes next, the entity replied. The final tempering approaches. The boy must be ready. You must be ready. Kratos stepped forward menacingly. Speak plainly or depart. We tire of riddles. The entity's lipless mouth curved slightly. Very well. The one who marked the boy has found a new vessel. A more permanent host. Even now, he prepares a ritual to restore himself fully. John's eyes narrowed. Voldemort. When? The summer solstice. 6 weeks hence. The entity raised a skeletal hand, and an image formed in the air between them, a graveyard, ancient and neglected, tombstones leaning at odd angles. Here. Where his father lies buried. He will use the boy's blood to resurrect himself. Harry will be nowhere near this place, John stated flatly. If not willingly, then by force, the entity countered. The connection between them grows stronger. The fragment within the scar calls to its master. Kratos growled. We will destroy these soul fragments. The wizards search for them even now. They will not find them all in time, the entity said with certainty. And even should they succeed, the fragment within the boy remains protected by his own life force. John's expression hardened. There must be a way to remove it without harming Harry. The entity regarded them with what might have been pity. There is. But the price is high, even for beings such as yourselves. Name it, Kratos demanded. Essence transfer, the entity explained. A portion of what makes each of you unique, given freely to the boy. Your skills, your resilience, your very nature, merged with his own to create something new. Something powerful enough to contain and expel the fragment without being destroyed in the process. John and Kratos exchanged glances, understanding dawning between them. This is why you brought us here, John realized. Not just to protect him. To change him. To forge him, the entity corrected. Into what he must become to survive what approaches. Not just Voldemort, but threats beyond your current understanding. The boy becomes neither assassin nor god, Kratos stated firmly. He remains himself. Of course, the entity agreed. But enhanced. Empowered. The wizard with the determination and focus of the Baba Yaga. The magical warrior with the resilience and power of the god of war. And what do we become? John asked quietly. If we give portions of our essence to Harry? The entity's hollow eyes seemed to look through them. Diminished, temporarily. But not destroyed. What you give freely will eventually restore itself, though perhaps, changed by the experience. You ask much on faith alone, Kratos observed. Why should we trust your guidance? Because you have seen the threats gathering, the entity replied simply. Because you know the boy cannot face them as he is now. And because, in your hearts, you have already accepted him as your heir in all but blood. The truth of this statement silenced both men momentarily. Whatever their initial motivations for protecting Harry, genuine attachment had grown over 3 years of guardianship. He was, in many ways, the son neither had expected to have. How is this essence transfer accomplished? John finally asked. A ritual, the entity explained. Performed at the moment of greatest need, when the connection between the boy and his enemy is strongest. When Voldemort attempts to use Harry's blood for his resurrection, the ritual will redirect that power, combining it with your freely given essence to purge the soul fragment and transform the boy. And if we refuse? Kratos demanded. The entity's expression didn't change. Then the boy will face his enemy alone, connected to him still, vulnerable to possession and manipulation. He may survive. He may even temporarily prevail. But the cost will be greater than any child should bear. Silence fell between them as they considered the entity's words. Finally, John spoke. We need to discuss this with Harry. He's old enough to understand what's at stake. And with the wizards, Kratos added. Dumbledore knows more of these soul magics than we do. The entity nodded. Wise precautions. But remember, time grows short. The solstice approaches. It began to fade, becoming translucent. I shall return in 1 week for your decision. After the entity vanished, John and Kratos returned to the house where Harry waited anxiously by the window. What did it want? He asked immediately. I could see you talking, but couldn't hear anything. John and Kratos exchanged glances, silently debating how much to share. We need to contact Dumbledore, John decided. There's something we all need to discuss. The fireplace flared green, and Albus Dumbledore stepped through, followed by Minerva McGonagall. Both wore expressions of concern after receiving John's urgent message. Mr. Wick, Kratos, Dumbledore greeted them. Harry. I understand there's been another visitation from your mysterious entity. John nodded, gesturing for everyone to sit. Harry took a place between his guardians, sensing the gravity of the situation. Over the next hour, John and Kratos related everything the entity had told them, Voldemort's planned resurrection, the graveyard location, and the proposed essence transfer ritual. As they spoke, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly troubled. Most concerning, he murmured when they finished. Though not entirely unexpected. Our research into Tom's Horcruxes suggested he would eventually seek physical restoration. Is it possible? McGonagall asked. This essence transfer the entity described? Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. There are ancient magics that involve the willing sacrifice of essence or power from one being to another. Typically between family members or those bound by magical oath. He glanced between John and Kratos. Though I've never heard of it attempted between beings from different realities. Would it hurt them? Harry asked quietly, his concern evident. John and Kratos, I mean. Temporarily weaken them, certainly, Dumbledore answered honestly. As for pain, that would depend on the specific ritual. But Harry, you should understand, what is being proposed would change you as well. Permanently. Harry nodded slowly. I figured that part. If I get pieces of them inside me, I wouldn't be just me anymore. You would still be you, Harry, McGonagall assured him quickly. Your core self, your soul, your memories, your personality, those would remain your own. But certain traits, abilities, perhaps even aspects of their nature might become part of you. Like what? Harry asked, looking between John and Kratos. What parts of you would I get? John considered the question carefully. My focus, perhaps. My ability to plan, to see the paths to an objective. My endurance. My strength, Kratos added. My resistance to injury and death. My power. Harry's eyes widened slightly. I'd be, what? Some kind of superwizard assassin god. Despite the seriousness of the situation, McGonagall's lips twitched. I don't believe it would be quite so dramatic, Mr. Potter. More likely subtle enhancements to your existing abilities. Improved reflexes. Greater magical resilience. Heightened focus. But to what end? Dumbledore asked, returning to the core question. This entity has orchestrated an extraordinary convergence of people and events. For what purpose? It speaks of threats beyond Voldemort, Kratos rumbled. Dangers we do not yet comprehend. And it claims this ritual would remove the soul fragment from Harry's scar, John added. Without killing him. At this, Dumbledore leaned forward with keen interest. Now that is significant. We have found no other method that wouldn't risk Harry's life in the process. So you believe there is a fragment in my scar? Harry asked directly. Over the years, he had learned about Horcruxes and the possibility that he contained one, though the adults had tried to frame it in the least frightening terms possible. Dumbledore nodded gravely. I'm afraid so, my boy. It explains the connection you feel to Voldemort, the pain in your scar when he is near or experiencing strong emotion. Harry absorbed this, then turned to John and Kratos. Would you do it? Give me parts of yourselves. Without hesitation, Kratos stated immediately. John nodded agreement. But the decision isn't just ours. It's yours too, Harry. You need to understand what you're agreeing to. Harry sat silent for a long moment, processing everything he'd heard. At almost 10 years old, he was still a child, but his experiences had forced a maturity beyond his years. I don't want to be controlled by the fragment in my scar, he finally said. And I don't want either of you to get hurt trying to protect me. He looked up at them, green eyes serious. But more than anything, I want us to stay together. Whatever comes next, we face it as a family. The simple declaration struck each adult differently. McGonagall blinked rapidly, her usual composure briefly cracking. Dumbledore smiled gently, something like approval in his eyes. John and Kratos exchanged glances, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Then we proceed with caution, Dumbledore decided. I will research this essence transfer ritual, consult sources that might shed light on its full implications. In the meantime, we increase Harry's training and preparation for what may come at the solstice. And the graveyard? John asked. The entity showed us a specific location. I shall investigate personally, Dumbledore promised. If Tom is indeed planning a resurrection ritual, there will be signs, magical preparations, increased Death Eater activity in the area. Plans were made, responsibilities assigned. McGonagall would intensify Harry's magical defense training. John and Kratos would accelerate his physical preparation. Dumbledore would research both the essence transfer and Voldemort's potential resurrection ritual. After the wizards departed, Harry remained in the sitting room with his guardians, a thoughtful expression on his young face. What happens if this essence transfer works? He asked. Will I still be able to go to Hogwarts next year? Still be a normal wizard? John placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. There's never been anything normal about you, Harry. Not from the day we found you. But yes, Kratos added, you will still attend the wizard school. Still learn magic. Still grow as you were meant to. Just with a few extras, John concluded. Think of it as additional armor for whatever battles lie ahead. Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied with this explanation. I'm glad you found me, he said suddenly. That night at the Dursleys. Even with all the danger and training and weird magical soul bits. I'm glad it's you two I'm with. The simple honesty of the statement hit both men unexpectedly. John, who had closed himself off from emotional connections after Helen's death, felt something warm crack open in his chest. Kratos, who had lost so much and blamed himself for so many failures, experienced a moment of peace he hadn't known in centuries. As are we, boy, Kratos said gruffly. As are we. The week passed in intensive preparation. Harry trained from dawn until dusk, pushing his body and magic further than ever before. By the time the entity returned as promised, all three were exhausted but resolved. This time, they met the entity together, Harry flanked by John and Kratos as they stood in the clearing where they normally trained. Dumbledore and McGonagall waited inside the house, ready to intervene if necessary. You have reached a decision, the entity observed as it materialized before them. John nodded. We'll proceed with the ritual, with conditions. Name them, the entity said. First, Dumbledore oversees and approves the magical components, John stated. Second, we determine the time and place, not you. Third, we want full disclosure of what Harry can expect to experience during and after the transfer. The entity considered these terms acceptable, with one amendment. The ritual must be performed when the connection between the boy and the Dark Wizard is active and open. This cannot be scheduled in advance. The solstice, Harry said, speaking directly to the entity for the first time. You said Voldemort plans his resurrection then? Yes, the entity confirmed. That would be the optimal moment, when he attempts to use your blood in his ritual. But we have no intention of allowing Harry anywhere near that graveyard, John pointed out. Distance is irrelevant, the entity explained. The connection transcends physical space. When he calls for Harry's blood, whether he obtains it or not, the link between them will flare. That is when the ritual must be performed. Kratos frowned. And if this optimal moment passes without the ritual? Then the transfer becomes more difficult, more dangerous for all involved. But still possible. The entity's hollow eyes fixed on Harry. Are you prepared for what this means, young one? You will carry aspects of both your guardians within you for the remainder of your days. Harry met its gaze steadily. They've been protecting me for years. This just makes it official. The entity's lipless mouth curved slightly. A simplified view, but not inaccurate. It raised a skeletal hand, and a small leather-bound book materialized, floating gently down into Harry's hands. The ritual instructions. Show them to your wizard mentor. He will understand the requirements. Harry accepted the book carefully, sensing the ancient power that emanated from its pages. One final warning, the entity said as it began to fade. The Dark Wizard is not your only enemy, nor the most dangerous you will face. What comes after him will test even the combined strength of your unique family. Prepare accordingly. With those ominous words, the entity vanished completely, leaving the three standing in silence. Well, Harry finally said, looking down at the book in his hands. That was cheery. Despite everything, John felt a smile tug at his lips. Harry's ability to find humor in even the darkest situations was one of his most endearing qualities, and one, John suspected, that would serve him well in whatever challenges lay ahead. Let's get this to Dumbledore, he suggested, leading the way back to the house. Kratos placed a massive hand on Harry's shoulder as they walked. Whatever comes, boy, remember this, gods can die, immortals can fall, and legends can end. But a warrior who fights for those he protects, that is strength no enemy can fully overcome. Harry nodded solemnly. I won't let either of you down. That has never been our concern, Kratos assured him. Inside, Dumbledore examined the ritual book with careful reverence, his expression growing increasingly intrigued as he turned the ancient pages. Extraordinary, he murmured. Some of these incantations predate modern wizardry entirely. Elements of Egyptian soul magic, Norse vitality transference, even what appears to be Greek god-binding rituals. Is it safe? McGonagall asked directly. Dumbledore looked up, his blue eyes serious. Safe? No, I wouldn't call it that. But viable, yes. The principles are sound, if extremely complex. He turned to John and Kratos. It would indeed transfer aspects of your essential natures to Harry, while simultaneously using that transfer to force out the foreign soul fragment. And the risks? John pressed. For Harry, primarily magical shock from the sudden influx of power. For you too. Dumbledore hesitated. The text suggests a period of significant weakness following the transfer. How long would depend on your individual resilience. We've both survived worse, John stated. Kratos nodded agreement. The boy's safety matters more than our temporary discomfort. Dumbledore studied them both thoughtfully. You've changed considerably since I first met you. Both of you came to Harry as warriors, killers even. Now you stand ready to sacrifice portions of yourselves to protect him. Is that relevant? Kratos asked bluntly. Perhaps more than you realize, Dumbledore replied with a small smile. The ritual requires genuine emotional bonds to succeed. Without them, it would fail, catastrophically. Harry looked between his guardians with sudden concern. So if they don't really care about me, it won't work? That is not our concern, McGonagall interjected firmly. Anyone with eyes can see the bonds between you three. John placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. She's right. That part of the ritual, at least, is guaranteed. Preparations began immediately. Dumbledore helped them understand the ritual's requirements, a circular chamber inscribed with specific runes, 3 pedestals forming a triangle around Harry's position, various rare ingredients for the connecting potion, and most importantly, precise timing with the solstice and Voldemort's attempted resurrection. The weeks leading up to the solstice passed in a blur of training and preparation. The chamber was constructed beneath their home, the pedestals carved from ancient oak by Kratos himself. Dumbledore procured the rarest ingredients, including phoenix tears freely given by Fawkes and a vial of unicorn blood willingly donated, a distinction of critical importance, he explained. Throughout it all, Harry continued his education and training, now with the added pressure of knowing exactly what approached. He threw himself into both magical and physical disciplines with renewed determination, often training until exhaustion forced him to stop. One evening, a week before the solstice, John found Harry alone in the training room, practicing shield charms long after he should have been in bed. You need rest, John said from the doorway. Exhaustion dulls reflexes. Harry lowered his wand, shoulders slumping slightly. I just want to be ready. You will be, John assured him, entering the room fully. But not by driving yourself into collapse before the actual event. Harry nodded, recognizing the wisdom in this. He moved to put his wand away, then paused. John. What was it like when you first became the Baba Yaga? When you first realized what you were capable of? The question surprised John. It wasn't something they'd discussed in detail before. It wasn't a single moment, he finally answered, sitting on one of the training benches and gesturing for Harry to join him. More a gradual realization that I could do things others couldn't. Or wouldn't. Harry sat beside him. Were you afraid of what you were becoming? No, John said honestly. That came later. After Helen. When I understood the full cost of the life I'd chosen. Harry absorbed this. And Kratos? He doesn't talk much about his past. No, John agreed. But I think his experience was different. His power came with a price from the beginning. I'm afraid, Harry admitted quietly. Not of the ritual, exactly. But of what I might become afterward. If I'll still be, me. John studied the boy beside him, no longer the frightened child they'd rescued from a cupboard, but not yet the man he would become. Still finding his way, still forming his identity. You'll be you, John assured him. With some extras, as we discussed. But the core of who you are, that's formed by your choices, not your abilities. Remember that. Harry nodded, some tension leaving his shoulders. Thanks. For everything, I mean. Not just this conversation. John allowed himself a small smile, something that had become slightly more frequent over the years of raising Harry. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we run tactical drills with Kratos. Harry groaned theatrically but rose to comply. At the door, he paused. Night, John. Good night, Harry. As the boy disappeared toward his bedroom, John remained seated, contemplating the approaching ritual and all it might mean. Not just for Harry, but for himself and Kratos as well. To give a portion of one's essence, what would that feel like? What would remain afterward? Questions without answers, at least for now. But John Wick had faced uncertainty before. Whatever came next, they would handle it together, as they had handled everything since that rainy night on Privet Drive. The summer solstice dawned clear and bright, sunlight streaming through the windows of the Lake District house as Harry rose early. Despite the importance of the day, they maintained their normal routine, breakfast together, followed by a lighter-than-usual training session designed to keep them sharp but not exhaust them. Dumbledore arrived mid-morning, his expression grave. I've confirmed unusual magical activity at the graveyard in Little Hangleton. Wards being established, dark magic gathering. It seems our entity's information was correct. John nodded, unsurprised. The ritual chamber is ready. We've followed the book's instructions exactly. Excellent. Dumbledore turned to Harry. How are you feeling, my boy? Harry shrugged, trying to project more confidence than he felt. Fine. Ready to get this over with, I suppose. Dumbledore smiled gently. Quite understandable. The waiting is often harder than the event itself. As the day progressed, more allies arrived, McGonagall to assist with the magical aspects of the ritual, Moody to maintain security around the property. By late afternoon, they had gathered in the underground chamber, making final preparations as the solstice approached. The circular room glowed with the blue light of inscribed runes. The three pedestals formed a perfect triangle around a central platform where Harry would stand. Bowls of the prepared potion sat on each pedestal, emitting a subtle silver vapor. It's nearly time, Dumbledore announced, consulting a pocket watch. The solstice peak occurs at precisely 9:17 this evening. We should begin positioning by 9. Harry nodded, trying to control the nervous flutter in his stomach. John and Kratos stood nearby, both outwardly calm but with a tension in their postures that Harry had learned to recognize over the years. "I'll be fine," he told them, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "Of course you will," John agreed. "We've prepared for this." Kratos merely nodded, his expression stoic as always, though his eyes conveyed what his words did not: concern, determination, and something like pride. At 9:05, they took their positions. Harry stood on the central platform, while John and Kratos each stood behind a pedestal, Dumbledore at the third. McGonagall remained at the chamber's edge, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. "Remember," Dumbledore instructed, "once the ritual begins, it cannot be interrupted without grave consequences for all involved. Harry, you must remain within the central circle no matter what you experience. John, Kratos, when I give the signal, you will each place one hand in the potion and speak the incantation, focusing your intent on what aspect of yourselves you wish to share with Harry." They nodded their understanding. "And when the soul fragment is expelled?" John asked. "I will contain it," Dumbledore assured him, indicating a special receptacle prepared for this purpose. "It cannot exist long without a host or proper vessel." As the minute hand of Dumbledore's watch approached the hour, a sudden change came over Harry. He gasped, hands flying to his scar, which had begun to burn with an intensity he'd never experienced before. "It's happening," he managed through gritted teeth. "He's starting his ritual." Dumbledore nodded grimly. "Then so must we. Now." The headmaster began the complex incantation, his wand tracing patterns in the air that left trails of golden light. The runes on the floor brightened in response, pulsing in rhythm with his words. John and Kratos placed their hands into the silvery potion, speaking the words they had memorized. The liquid began to glow, red beneath John's hand, blue beneath Kratos's, the colors swirling upward in spirals of light that reached toward Harry. Harry felt the pain in his scar intensify, but now it was joined by new sensations, a pull from within, as if something deep inside him was responding to the ritual. The spirals of light reached him, wrapping around his body in intricate patterns. "Focus, Harry," Dumbledore instructed, his own incantation continuing without pause. "Accept what is freely given. Reject what does not belong." Harry closed his eyes, centering himself as Kratos had taught him. He could feel it now, three distinct energies. The familiar warmth of his own magic. The cold, alien presence in his scar that had always been there but never so clearly defined. And something new, twin streams of power flowing toward him from John and Kratos. John's essence came first, precise and focused like a laser, carrying with it sensations and knowledge that weren't his own. Techniques for centering the mind into perfect concentration. The ability to process multiple threats simultaneously. A core of sheer, unbreakable will that had allowed the Baba Yaga to endure what would have destroyed lesser men. Kratos's essence followed, raw and primal, ancient beyond comprehension. The strength that had toppled gods. Resilience that had survived the underworld itself. The ability to channel rage into power without being consumed by it. And something else, a father's fierce protectiveness, tempered by centuries of loss and renewal. Harry gasped as these foreign elements merged with his own being, restructuring something fundamental within him. It wasn't painful, exactly, but overwhelming, like trying to contain an ocean within a teacup. The connection peaks. Dumbledore called out, his wand moving in increasingly complex patterns. "Now, Harry. Focus on the fragment. Reject it." Harry turned his attention to the cold presence in his scar, the piece of Voldemort that had hidden there since infancy. With his new clarity of thought, borrowed from John, he isolated it completely. With his new strength, inherited from Kratos, he pushed against it. The fragment fought back, lashing out with memories and emotions that weren't his own. Hatred. Fear. Rage. Harry saw flashes of another life, an orphanage, a cave, a chamber deep beneath a castle, murders committed by hands that weren't his but felt like they could be. No, Harry growled, his voice deepening with an echo of Kratos's power. "You don't belong here. Get out." A scream tore through the chamber, not from Harry's throat, but from the very air around them. The scar on his forehead split open, black ichor pouring out to form a writhing mass above him. Dumbledore moved instantly, capturing the essence in the prepared receptacle before it could seek another host. The connection between Harry, John, and Kratos intensified, the streams of light becoming solid cords that pulsed with power. Harry felt himself changing, his magic adapting to incorporate what he'd been given. His very cells seemed to reorganize, becoming more efficient, more resilient. John and Kratos both showed the strain of the transfer, their faces pale, bodies trembling with effort. But neither wavered, their hands remaining firmly in the potion as they continued the incantation. Finally, as the last syllable was spoken, the cords of light shattered into countless motes that sank into Harry's skin. He fell to his knees, gasping, as the chamber's runes gradually dimmed to their original state. Silence fell, broken only by labored breathing. Harry slowly raised his head, blinking as his vision adjusted. Something felt different, sharper, clearer. He could sense the magic around him in ways he never had before, could feel the subtle currents of power flowing through the chamber. "Harry?" Dumbledore approached cautiously. "How do you feel?" Harry considered the question, taking inventory of his body and mind. "Different," he finally said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. "But, good different. Complete, somehow." John and Kratos had slumped against their pedestals, clearly drained by the ritual. Harry rose to his feet with surprising steadiness and moved toward them, concerned. "Are you okay?" he asked, reaching John first. The assassin looked up, a weary smile touching his lips. "I'll live. Just need some time to recover." Kratos grunted agreement from his position. The drain was significant, but temporary. McGonagall hurried forward with restoration potions Dumbledore had prepared in advance. Both men accepted them gratefully, though the effect seemed minimal compared to what they'd lost. "The fragment?" Harry asked, turning to Dumbledore. The headmaster indicated the sealed receptacle, now glowing with a sickly green light. "Contained. I shall destroy it properly at Hogwarts." His eyes moved to Harry's forehead, widening slightly. "Most interesting." "What?" Harry reached up to touch his scar, finding it had changed texture, no longer raised and lightning-shaped, but a smooth, thin line barely perceptible to the touch. "The cursed scar has been transformed," Dumbledore explained. "With the fragment gone and the new magics you carry, it appears to have been neutralized, for lack of a better term." Harry moved to a small mirror mounted on the chamber wall, examining his reflection with curiosity. The famous lightning bolt was indeed gone, replaced by a faint line that would likely be invisible to casual observation. "That'll be convenient," he remarked, thinking of the unwanted attention the scar had always garnered in the wizarding world. "How do you feel otherwise?" McGonagall asked, approaching with obvious concern. "Any discomfort? Disorientation?" Harry considered this, taking stock of his body and mind. "I feel stronger. More focused." He flexed his fingers, noting how his magic responded more readily to his intent. "And my magic feels different. More integrated with me, if that makes sense." "The essence transfer appears to have succeeded exactly as intended," Dumbledore observed, studying Harry with scholarly interest. "Though I suspect we won't understand the full effects for some time." Harry turned to John and Kratos, who had managed to rise to their feet, though both still looked unusually pale. "Thank you," he said simply. "For everything." Kratos inclined his head in acknowledgement, while John offered a slight smile. The ritual had affected them deeply, not just physically, but on some fundamental level that would take time to fully comprehend. "We should get you all upstairs," McGonagall suggested. "Rest and nourishment will help with recovery." As they made their way out of the ritual chamber, Dumbledore received an urgent message through his communication mirror. His expression grew grave as he listened. "What is it?" Harry asked, immediately noticing the change. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "It seems our efforts to prevent Voldemort's resurrection were only partially successful. Without your blood, he was forced to use another's, likely a follower's. The ritual was completed approximately 15 minutes ago." A heavy silence fell over the group as they absorbed this news. "So he's back," Harry said quietly. "Voldemort has a body again." "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though without your blood specifically, he lacks certain protections he sought. Small comfort, perhaps, but significant in the long term." "And now?" John asked, his voice stronger than his appearance suggested. "What's his next move?" "Consolidation of power," Dumbledore predicted. "Gathering followers, securing resources. He will not reveal himself publicly until he's ready for open conflict." "How long?" Kratos demanded. "Months, perhaps a year," Dumbledore estimated. He was always meticulous in his planning. Harry nodded, absorbing this information with surprising calm. "Then we have time. Time to prepare, to get stronger." He glanced at John and Kratos. "Time for all of us to recover fully." The simple statement carried new weight coming from Harry. Something in his bearing had changed, a steadiness, a certainty that hadn't been there before. Not arrogance, but confidence grounded in newfound strength. "Indeed we do," Dumbledore agreed, studying Harry with renewed interest. "And I suspect, my boy, that when the time comes, Voldemort will find you are not the child he expects to face." Harry smiled slightly, feeling the combined legacies of the Baba Yaga and the God of War settling within him, merging with his own magic to create something entirely new. "No," he agreed. "I don't think I am anymore." Chapter 3, The Unkillable Wizard. Harry Potter stood motionless in the pre-dawn forest, eyes closed, breathing measured. Dew dampened his boots and mist curled around his legs as he extended his senses outward. The essence transfer had changed him in ways still revealing themselves a year later. He could feel magic now, not just his own, but the subtle currents that flowed through all living things. Behind him, 50 yards back and completely silent, John Wick watched. Despite the distance and the darkness, Harry knew precisely where his guardian stood. Just as he knew Kratos waited somewhere to the north, moving on silent feet despite his massive frame. Harry opened his eyes. He was being hunted, and he had exactly 3 minutes to reach the extraction point before they caught him. At 11, Harry Potter looked nothing like the scrawny, frightened boy rescued from a cupboard 4 years earlier. Lean muscle had replaced childish softness. His movements held the fluid precision John had cultivated, while his frame carried hints of the raw power Kratos had instilled. The famous lightning scar had faded to a thin white line barely visible beneath his unruly black hair. Most striking were his eyes, still vividly green like his mother's, but now carrying an intensity that made even experienced wizards uncomfortable. They had seen too much for a child his age. They had witnessed death and survived it. Harry moved with deliberate silence, each footfall placed with perfect awareness. The forest floor might as well have been mapped in his mind, every root, stone, and fallen branch catalogued and avoided. John's influence, the hyper-awareness of environment, the ability to calculate multiple paths simultaneously. A whisper of displaced air was his only warning. Harry dropped flat as the Leviathan axe passed through the space his head had occupied, embedding itself in a tree trunk with a resonant thud. Without pausing to look back, Harry rolled to his feet and sprinted in a new direction, adjusting his course toward the extraction point. Kratos had taught him to recognize the patterns of attack, the moment before violence erupted, when intent crystallized into action. That split-second awareness had saved his life twice in the past year alone. A shadow detached itself from the darkness ahead, John, moving to intercept. Harry didn't break stride. Instead, he gathered his magic, focusing it with the precision that had become second nature, and disappeared with a crack of apparition. He reappeared 20 yards to John's left, momentarily disoriented but recovering faster than any normal wizard could have. Another gift from the essence transfer, his body's ability to process magical trauma had increased exponentially. "Getting predictable, Harry," John called, already adjusting his course. Harry didn't waste breath responding. The extraction point, a small clearing marked by a single white stone, lay just 100 yards ahead. He sensed rather than saw Kratos retrieving his axe, the god of war moving with deceptive speed to cut off Harry's approach from the north. Two hunters, converging on a single target. In the past, this would have been the end of the exercise. Now, it was merely the beginning of the real test. Harry's hand dropped to his waist, fingers closing around the handle of a knife John had given him for his 11th birthday, 15 inches of enchanted steel that could channel his magic as effectively as any wand. His actual wand remained secure in its holster on his forearm, ready for complex spell work the knife couldn't manage. The clearing appeared ahead, moonlight illuminating the white stone at its center. Harry paused at the tree lean, analyzing. Too easy. They never made it this simple. He closed his eyes, extending his senses again. There, a subtle disturbance in the magical field 15 feet to the right of the stone. John, perfectly concealed, waiting. And above, a displacement of air that could only be Kratos, positioned among the branches of an ancient oak overlooking the clearing. Harry smiled slightly. For years of training with two of the most lethal beings from their respective worlds had taught him one crucial lesson: when outmatched, change the rules. He stepped deliberately into the clearing, making no attempt at concealment. "I know you're both there," he called. "So we can end this game." Neither hunter revealed themselves, waiting for Harry to make a mistake. Instead, he knelt and placed his palm flat against the forest floor, channeling magic directly into the earth. The ground trembled slightly, then erupted in a controlled shockwave expanding outward from Harry's position. Not powerful enough to harm, but sufficient to disturb every hiding place within 30 yards. Leaves shook, branches swayed, and concealment charms flickered momentarily. In that instant of revelation, Harry moved. Not toward the extraction point, but directly toward John's position. The unexpected approach caught even the legendary assassin by surprise. John emerged from cover, moving to engage, but Harry had already calculated his response. A flick of his wrist sent the knife flying, not at John, but at the branch where Kratos concealed himself. The blade severed the wood with precision enhanced by magic, sending the massive god of war crashing downward, directly into John's path. The collision gave Harry the seconds he needed. 3 bounds brought him to the white stone, his hand slapping against its smooth surface as the 3-minute mark expired. "Extraction complete," Harry announced, allowing himself a satisfied grin. John disentangled himself from Kratos, brushing leaves from his tactical gear. "Creative," he acknowledged. "Using us against each other." Kratos rose to his feet, expression unreadable in the pre-dawn light. "The boy improves," he rumbled, which from him constituted high praise. Harry retrieved his knife, cleaning the blade methodically before resheathing it. "You were holding back," he observed. "Of course we were," John replied evenly. "If we weren't, you'd be dead." "Someday I won't be," Harry said, not boasting but stating what all three knew to be inevitable. The essence transfer had accelerated his development beyond normal parameters. Each day, the gap between his abilities and those of his guardians narrowed slightly. Kratos grunted. "That day is not today." He clasped Harry's shoulder with one massive hand. "Home. Your Hogwarts letter arrives." Harry nodded, excitement flickering across his features despite his attempt to maintain composure. After years of preparation, he would finally enter the wizarding world officially, not as the boy who lived, but as something altogether different. Something forged through trial and blood and magic. The sun crested the horizon as they made their way back toward their Lake District home, casting long shadows through the forest. The past year had brought many changes. Voldemort's return remained hidden from the wider wizarding world, but his followers had grown bolder. Twice, Death Eaters had attempted to breach their property. Twice, they had discovered the cost of threatening what John Wick and Kratos protected. Through it all, Harry had continued his training, his education, and his preparation for what all three knew was coming, the inevitable confrontation with the dark wizard who had marked him as an infant. The mysterious entity that had brought them together had not appeared since the essence transfer ritual, but its final warning remained: Voldemort was merely the beginning. Something worse waited beyond him. As they approached the house, Harry spotted a tawny owl perched on the garden wall, a parchment envelope secured to its leg. Despite knowing it was coming, despite years of magical education with McGonagall and other Hogwarts professors, the sight of his official Hogwarts letter made his heart beat faster. "Go on," John encouraged, noting Harry's hesitation. Harry approached slowly, untying the letter with careful fingers. The owl hooted softly, then took flight, its mission complete. The parchment felt heavy in his hands, the green ink catching the morning light. Mr. H. Potter, the Eastern Bedroom, Lakeside Cottage, Windermere, Lake District. They know exactly where I sleep, Harry observed. The magical world isn't big on privacy, is it? John's lips quirked in a subtle expression that passed for a smile. You'll need to be more creative with your security at Hogwarts. Harry broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment, reading the acceptance letter he'd anticipated for years. It felt strangely anticlimactic. After everything he'd experienced, a school letter seemed almost mundane. We should inform Dumbledore, Kratos said. Arrangements must be made. Harry nodded, tucking the letter into his pocket. While other children would be excitedly showing parents their first glimpse into a magical world, Harry's situation required strategic planning. His identity had been carefully concealed for years. The wizarding world believed Harry Potter remained hidden with his Muggle relatives, protected by blood wards and Dumbledore's oversight. His emergence would need to be managed carefully, especially with Voldemort quietly gathering power in the shadows. Inside, the cottage looked much as it had for years: comfortable furnishings, walls lined with books on magic and combat, weapons displayed alongside magical artifacts. But subtle changes marked the passing time. The doorframes bore height marks tracking Harry's growth. Photos showed the three of them in various locations: fishing by the lake, standing atop Scottish mountains, gathered around birthday cakes marked with increasing numbers of candles. A family, forged through unusual circumstances but no less real for it. As Harry headed to shower and change, John and Kratos exchanged glances. Both had recovered from the essence transfer ritual, but neither was quite the same as before. Some fundamental aspect of each had been permanently gifted to Harry, leaving subtle absences they were still adapting to. For John, it was a slight dulling of the hyper-focus that had defined him as the Baba Yaga. His skills remained extraordinary, but the preternatural edge that had made him legendary had transferred in part to Harry. For Kratos, the change manifested in brief moments of vulnerability, flashes of pain from wounds that would previously have healed instantly, a fraction less strength in his mighty frame. Nothing that would be noticeable to anyone but himself, yet significant to one who had built his existence on physical supremacy. Neither regretted their sacrifice. They had witnessed what Harry had become, something unprecedented, neither fully human nor god nor magical construct, but a unique synthesis of all three. The boy possessed John's tactical brilliance and unbreakable determination, Kratos' godlike resilience and controlled power, all channeled through his own innate magical talents. Hogwarts will not know what to make of him, Kratos observed quietly. John nodded. We've prepared him as best we can. The rest is up to him. And us, Kratos added. Our task is not complete. No, John agreed. It won't be until Voldemort is gone and whatever else that entity warned about is dealt with. He paused. Do you ever wonder if we did the right thing? Changing him so fundamentally? Kratos considered the question with characteristic gravity. The boy chose his path. As did we. There is no purpose in questioning what cannot be undone. Despite the God of War's pragmatic response, both men occasionally wondered what Harry might have become without their influence, perhaps a more normal child, unburdened by the weight of constant preparation for violence and war. But such thoughts were luxuries neither could afford. The world was what it was. Harry Potter had been marked from infancy for conflict beyond his control. All they had done was give him the tools to survive it. Diagon Alley bustled with preterm activity, witches and wizards hurrying between shops with school lists clutched in hand. Children pressed their faces against the window of quality Quidditch supplies, admiring the latest racing broom. Parents haggled over cauldron prices and debated the merits of various owl breeds. Amid this cheerful chaos, 3 figures moved with purpose, their formation instinctively protective. John walked slightly ahead, his eyes constantly scanning for threats despite his casual appearance. Harry walked center, a nondescript cap pulled low over his forehead, concealing both his scar and his famous features. Kratos brought up the rear, his massive frame drawing curious glances despite the glamour that muted his most distinctive characteristics. The ashen skin and red tattoo now appeared as merely unusual pallor and an interesting birthmark. First stop, Gringotts, John reminded them, though Harry hardly needed direction. They had reviewed the plan repeatedly before arriving. Efficiency was key to minimizing Harry's exposure. The white marble bank loomed ahead, its crooked columns and burnished doors standing in stark contrast to the quaint shops surrounding it. Goblins guarded the entrance, their shrewd eyes following the unusual trio as they approached. Inside, Harry stepped forward, presenting his vault key and speaking with quiet authority. "I need to access the Potter vault." The goblin behind the counter peered at him suspiciously, then at the key. A flicker of recognition crossed the creature's face before it carefully schooled its features to neutrality. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Griphook will escort you." The goblin gestured to a colleague, who approached with a curious expression. John and Kratos accompanied Harry into the depths of Gringotts, the cart ride through twisting tunnels leaving even Kratos slightly discomfort. When they arrived at the Potter family vault, Harry hesitated only briefly before inserting the key. The door swung open to reveal mounds of gold, silver, and bronze coins, along with various artifacts and heirlooms Harry had never seen. This tangible connection to his parents, to a family he couldn't remember, always affected him deeply, though he maintained the composure John had taught him. "Take what you need for the term," John advised. "We can return if necessary." Harry filled a pouch with galleons, sickles, and nuts, but his attention kept drifting to a small wooden chest positioned prominently on a pedestal at the center of the vault. It hadn't been there during his previous visits. "That's new," he observed, approaching cautiously. Griphook cleared his throat. "A recent addition, Mr. Potter. Transferred from a secondary vault following specific temporal instructions." "Temporal instructions?" Harry asked. "To be made available to you upon receipt of your Hogwarts letter," the goblin clarified. "The instructions were left by your parents." Harry's composure faltered momentarily. "My parents arranged this? Before they died?" Griphook nodded, his expression unreadable. "The chest is yours to claim." With careful movements, Harry lifted the wooden box. It wasn't locked, merely closed with a simple latch. Inside lay several items, a letter in a feminine hand, a man's signet ring bearing the Potter crest, and a small crystal vial containing swirling silver-blue memory strands. "We should examine these somewhere secure," John suggested, noting Harry's emotional reaction. "Not here." Harry nodded, tucking the letter inside his jacket and securing the ring and memory vial in a protected inner pocket. The chest itself he left in the vault, it had served its purpose as a container. Their remaining errands passed in a blur of efficiency. School robes at Madame Malkin's, potion supplies at the apothecary, books at Flourish and Blots. They avoided the wand shop entirely. Harry had used his Holly and Phoenix feather wand for nearly 2 years already, and Ollivander would surely recognize him. Throughout their shopping, Harry maintained the awareness John had ingrained in him, noting exits, identifying potential threats, keeping track of everyone within striking distance. The essence transfer had enhanced these abilities, giving him an almost supernatural perception of his surroundings. He caught several wizards watching them with more than casual interest. Not Death Eaters, Harry had learned to recognize their magical signatures, but perhaps Ministry officials or Dumbledore's allies, maintaining discreet surveillance. "We're being observed," he murmured to John as they exited the bookshop. John nodded slightly. 3 watchers. Rooftop by Gringotts, outside the magical menagerie, and one following 20 paces back. "Friendly?" Harry asked. "Likely Dumbledore's people," John assessed. "But we don't take chances." They altered their route subtly, using the crowded alley to obscure their movements as they headed toward the leaky cauldron. Kratos positioned himself to block sight lines, his massive frame providing effective cover. In the pub, they secured a private room for lunch, checking it thoroughly before settling in. Only then did Harry relax marginally, removing his cap to run a hand through his perpetually unruly hair. That was more stressful than combat training, he admitted with a wry smile. "Public spaces always carry more variables," John replied, taking the seat with the best view of the door. "You handled it well." A knock at the door brought them back to alertness. John signaled Harry to move to the position they'd practiced, out of the direct line of fire but with clear access to both exit and window. Kratos answered the door, his imposing presence enough to make the server stammer as she delivered their meal. Once alone again, Harry extracted the letter from his jacket, studying his mother's handwriting with a mixture of longing and trepidation. "Read it," Kratos encouraged gruffly. "Some ghosts must be faced." Harry broke the seal carefully and unfolded the parchment, the faint scent of lily flowers rising from the paper, preserved by magic through the decades since it was written. "My dearest Harry," he began, voice steady despite the emotion tightening his chest. "If you're reading this, then our worst fears have come to pass, and your father and I are no longer with you. I hope whoever has raised you has shown you love and kindness, and that you have grown into the brave, compassionate boy I already see hints of in your infant eyes. Your Hogwarts letter has arrived, the beginning of a journey we so desperately wished to share with you. Know that we are proud beyond words, wherever we may be. The items accompanying this letter are Potter family heirlooms. The ring bears protective enchantments generations old. Wear it, and it will warn you of poisons and ill intent directed your way. The memory vial contains moments your father and I wish to preserve for you, your first steps, your first accidental magic, moments of simple joy from the brief time we had together. Professor Dumbledore has a pensieve you may use to view them. There is much I wish I could tell you about the circumstances that threatened our family. Prophecy and dark magic are tangled around your fate in ways I've struggled to unravel. But know this, whatever powers Voldemort possesses, whatever destiny others may claim for you, your life is your own to shape. We placed additional protections on you beyond what others know. Ancient magic, blood magic that even Dumbledore doesn't fully understand. Trust in yourself, Harry. The strength you need is already within you. With all our love, Lily and James Potter. Harry carefully refolded the letter, his expression contemplative rather than grief-stricken. The time for tears had passed years ago. Now, his parents' words offered not just comfort but confirmation. They had prepared for the worst, had tried to protect him even beyond death. Additional protections, John noted. Could explain why you survived the killing curse. And may interact with what we've given you, Kratos added. Magic built upon magic. Harry nodded, slipping the signet ring onto his right hand. It adjusted itself automatically to fit his finger, a warm pulse of magic flowing briefly up his arm as the ring's enchantments recognized and accepted him. I want to view the memories, he decided. Before Hogwarts. Dumbledore will arrange it, John assured him. He's expecting us at Hogwarts tomorrow to discuss final security arrangements. They finished their meal in companionable silence, each processing the day's events differently. For Harry, the letter had provided something he'd never fully had before, a direct connection to his parents, their voices preserved in written words. Not just the tragedy of their deaths, but evidence of their love and their determination to protect him. As they prepared to leave, Harry paused, looking between his two guardians. Do you think they'd approve? Of how you've raised me, I mean. The question caught both men by surprise. In 4 years, Harry had rarely sought reassurance about their unusual family arrangement. John considered his answer carefully. Your mother wrote that she wanted you to be brave and compassionate. You are both, despite everything we've taught you about combat and survival. Your parents sought to protect you with every tool at their disposal, Kratos added. As have we. There is no higher purpose for a parent. Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied. Let's go home. I want to pack properly for Hogwarts. As they made their way back through Diagon Alley, Harry walked with newfound certainty. The letter had reinforced what John and Kratos had built in him: confidence in his own abilities, awareness of the threats arrayed against him, and determination to forge his own path regardless of prophecies or expectations. The boy who lived was headed to Hogwarts, but not as anyone expected him to be. For years with the Baba Yaga and the god of war had transformed him. The essence transfer had completed what their training began. Harry Potter had become something unique in the magical world, a wizard with the soul of a warrior and the resilience of a god. Albus Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts remained much as Harry remembered it from previous visits, circular, filled with whirring silver instruments, the walls lined with portraits of previous headmasters who pretended not to eavesdrop on conversations. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from his perch, head tilted curiously as Harry approached. He remembers you, Dumbledore observed, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Phoenixes never forget a magical signature, and yours has become quite distinctive, my boy. Harry stroked the magnificent bird's crimson plumage, feeling a resonance between his own magic and the phoenix's fiery essence. His feather is in my wand, Harry reminded the headmaster. We're connected. Dumbledore nodded, gesturing for Harry, John, and Kratos to take seats before his desk. Indeed you are. Which brings us to the purpose of today's meeting, your imminent arrival as a student rather than a visitor. Over the next hour, they discussed the practical aspects of Harry's attendance at Hogwarts. Security arrangements had been carefully considered, contingencies planned for various scenarios. Unlike other students, Harry would maintain regular contact with his guardians through enchanted mirrors and scheduled visits. The official story remains that you've been raised in a secure location under magical protection, Dumbledore explained. Your guardianship records have been sealed by the Ministry, a precaution I implemented years ago when it became clear the Dursleys were unsuitable. Only a handful of staff members know the full truth of your unusual upbringing. And the other students? Harry asked. Will naturally be curious about the boy who lived, Dumbledore acknowledged. How much you reveal is entirely your choice, though I would counsel discretion regarding your more exceptional abilities. Harry nodded. John and Kratos had already impressed upon him the tactical advantage of being underestimated. There's one more matter, Harry said, retrieving the crystal vial from his pocket. My mother left me memories. She said you have a pensieve I could use to view them. Something like sadness flickered across Dumbledore's features. Ah, yes. Lily was always thorough in her preparations. He rose, moving to a cabinet from which he extracted a shallow stone basin carved with runes and symbols. Would you prefer privacy for this? Harry glanced at John and Kratos, then back to Dumbledore. They should see too. They're my family now. My parents would understand that. Dumbledore's expression softened. Very well. The process is simple, I will pour the memories into the pensieve, and you need only lean forward to immerse yourselves in them. You will be observers only, unable to interact with what you see. With reverent care, Dumbledore uncorked the vial and tipped the silvery contents into the basin, where they swirled and expanded. Harry approached first, John and Kratos flanking him as always. Together, they leaned forward until their faces touched the shimmering surface. The sensation of falling lasted only a moment before they found themselves standing in a cozy living room decorated for Christmas. A younger Lily Potter sat cross-legged on the floor beside a Christmas tree, watching with delight as a black-haired baby took unsteady steps toward her. That's it, Harry, she encouraged. Come to Mummy. Baby Harry tottered forward with determined concentration, a miniature version of the focus his older self now possessed. Behind him, James Potter hovered anxiously, hands outstretched to catch his son if needed, his face a mask of parental pride and concern. With a final wobbly step, baby Harry reached his mother's waiting arms and was rewarded with a shower of kisses that made him giggle uncontrollably. "Did you see that?" James called out. "Walking at 9 months. He'll be the youngest Quidditch player Hogwarts has ever seen." The scene dissolved, reforming as a garden on a summer day. Baby Harry, slightly older now, sat in a high chair while James attempted to feed him strained peas. Each time the spoon approached, Harry's face scrunched in displeasure and the peas mysteriously vanished, only to reappear atop James's head. Lily's laughter rang out from behind whoever's perspective they were viewing. "I told you he doesn't like peas, James." "It's his first intentional magic," James replied, not bothering to clean the green mush from his hair. "Merlin's beard, Lily, he's not even a year old." The scene shifted again. This time, they stood in a nursery painted with magical creatures that moved gently across the walls. Lily sat in a rocking chair, baby Harry in her arms as she sang a lullaby in a sweet, clear voice. The love radiating from her was almost tangible, filling the room with warmth. As the lullaby ended, Lily looked down at her sleeping son with fierce devotion. "We'll keep you safe," she whispered. "Whatever comes, my brave boy, we'll find a way to protect you." Several more scenes followed, moments of ordinary family happiness preserved forever in memory. A picnic by a lake. Harry's first birthday celebration, his tiny hands plunging into cake while his parents laughed. James teaching him to wave a toy broomstick that hovered inches above the floor. The final memory was different. Lily sat alone at a desk, writing by wandlight. She looked up as if aware of being observed, her green eyes, so like Harry's own, filled with determination and love. "Harry," she said softly. "If you're seeing this, then our protections failed, and you've grown up without us. I'm so sorry, my love. Know that we fought with everything we had to stay with you." She wiped a tear from her cheek. "I've been researching ancient protection magics, blood wards beyond what modern wizards understand. Tonight, I'll perform the final ritual. When Voldemort comes, my sacrifice will shield you in ways even he cannot comprehend." She straightened, her expression resolute. "You are loved, Harry. So deeply loved. That love will remain with you always, a power Voldemort has never understood. Trust in it. Trust in yourself. And know that wherever we are, your father and I are watching over you, so very proud of the person you're becoming." The memory faded, and they found themselves back in Dumbledore's office. Harry stood motionless, absorbing what he'd witnessed, not just the tragedy that defined him in the wizarding world's eyes, but the love that had preceded it. John and Kratos remained silent beside him, respecting his process. For them, the memories had provided context for the boy they'd raised, glimpses of who he might have been in a world without Voldemort's interference. "Thank you," Harry finally said to Dumbledore. "For keeping these safe." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Your parents were extraordinary people, Harry. I see much of them in you, alongside the unique qualities your guardians have cultivated." As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore held out a small package wrapped in purple paper. "Your school supplies are complete, but I thought you might appreciate one additional item for your Hogwarts journey." Harry accepted the gift, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a shimmering silver cloak that seemed to flow like water through his fingers. "Your father's invisibility cloak," Dumbledore explained. "James left it in my possession before he died. It's time it was returned to you." Harry ran his fingers over the fluid material, another connection to his past. "Thank you, sir. Use it well," Dumbledore advised with a small smile. "Though I suspect, given your training, you hardly need assistance in moving unseen." As they departed Hogwarts, Harry walked between his guardians, the cloak carefully folded in his hands, his mother's letter secure in his pocket, and his father's ring on his finger. Physical connections to the parents he barely remembered, carried with him as he prepared to enter the world they had inhabited. They would be proud, John said quietly, breaking the contemplative silence that had fallen since viewing the memories. Of who you've become. Harry nodded, his expression resolute. They fought in their way. We'll finish what they started. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity, students greeting friends after the summer holiday, parents giving last-minute instructions, owls hooting indignantly from their cages. Steam billowed from the scarlet Hogwarts Express as it prepared for departure. Harry stood with John and Kratos, maintaining the casual alertness that had become second nature. His trunk contained not just school supplies, but an arsenal of specialized equipment, enchanted weapons, defensive artifacts, communication devices, and emergency supplies John had insisted upon. Remember, John said quietly, maintain cover as much as possible. Let them underestimate you. Harry nodded. They had discussed strategy extensively, how to balance his true capabilities with the persona of an ordinary first-year student. I know. Nothing flashy unless absolutely necessary. Trust your instincts, Kratos added. They have been well trained. A whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. Around them, families exchanged hugs and tearful goodbyes, a normal ritual that their unusual family approached differently. We'll be close, John assured him, his hand resting briefly on Harry's shoulder. The mirrors are always active. And if true danger approaches, Kratos rumbled, we will come. Regardless of Hogwarts protections. Harry nodded, unexpectedly moved by their concern. For all their training in emotional control, this separation marked a significant milestone. For 4 years, they had rarely been apart for more than a few hours. I'll be fine, he assured them, then added with a small smile, I've had good teachers. With final nods of acknowledgement, their family was never demonstrative in public. Harry boarded the train, finding an empty compartment near the rear where he could observe the corridor in both directions. He stowed his trunk efficiently, positioning himself by the window where he could see John and Kratos still standing on the platform, their posture alert despite their casual appearance. As the train pulled away, Harry raised a hand in farewell. His guardians returned the gesture, their figures growing smaller until the train rounded a bend and they disappeared from view. Harry settled back, centering himself with the breathing technique Kratos had taught him. Hogwarts represented a new phase of his preparation, immersion in the magical world, building connections and alliances, learning the environment where Voldemort had once walked. The compartment door slid open, revealing a tall, gangly boy with red hair and freckles. Excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full. Harry assessed him instantly, no visible threat, nervous posture, genuine in his request. Not at all, he replied, gesturing to the opposite seat. Thanks. The boy settled in. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, he responded, watching for the reaction his name invariably produced. Ron's eyes widened, his gaze flickering to Harry's forehead where the famous scar had once been prominent. Blimey. Are you really? I mean, I heard you were coming to Hogwarts this year, but nobody's seen you in ages. Where've you been? Is that where you got the... He gestured vaguely toward Harry's forehead, then frowned in confusion when he couldn't locate the distinctive lightning bolt. The scar faded, Harry explained simply, offering no further details. And yes, I've been, somewhere safe. Ron seemed to sense he shouldn't press further. Well, brilliant to meet you anyway. My brothers told me all sorts of wild theories about where Dumbledore was hiding you. Fred and George reckoned you were being trained by ninjas in Japan. Harry's lips quirked. Not quite ninjas, he said, the private joke lost on Ron. Their conversation was interrupted by another visitor, a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, she announced, then noticed Harry. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry raised an eyebrow. Am I? Interesting. I haven't read any of them. The girl looked scandalized. Haven't you? I would have learned everything I could if it was me. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? She added, turning to Ron. Ron Weasley, he mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate frog. Pleasure, Hermione said perfunctorily before returning her attention to Harry. You should change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon. With that, she departed as abruptly as she'd arrived. Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it, Ron commented, earning a small smile from Harry. The remainder of the journey passed with Ron explaining wizard chess, sharing information about Hogwarts houses, and regaling Harry with tales of his large family. Harry listened more than he spoke, gathering information while revealing little about himself, a habit ingrained by years with John and Kratos. When the train finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, Harry followed the booming voice calling for first years, assessing Hagrid with the automatic calculation he applied to everyone. The half-giant represented no threat. Harry had met him briefly during previous visits to Hogwarts and knew him to be loyal to Dumbledore. The boat journey across the lake provided Harry his first view of Hogwarts as a student rather than a visitor. The castle rose majestically against the night sky, windows glowing with welcoming light. Despite his years of preparation for this moment, Harry felt a surge of anticipation. This was where his parents had studied, where they had met and fallen in love. Where he would now forge his own path. Inside the castle, Professor McGonagall greeted the first years with her customary briskness. Her eyes met Harry's briefly, a flicker of recognition passing between them. As one of the few who knew the truth of his upbringing, she had visited their home regularly over the years, providing magical instruction and, occasionally, a different perspective from his combat-focused guardians. Welcome to Hogwarts, she addressed the group. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you will be sorted into your houses. As McGonagall explained the house system, Harry took the opportunity to observe his fellow first years. Most looked nervous or excited, typical children embarking on a new adventure. A few stood out to his trained eye, a pale, blond boy with a calculating expression, a sandy-haired boy whose hands betrayed subtle combat training, a girl whose calm demeanor suggested more maturity than her peers. The sorting ceremony began with typical Hogwarts pageantry, the enchanted ceiling showing a starry night sky, the sorting hat singing its annual song, students approaching the stool one by one to be assigned their houses. Potter, Harry, McGonagall finally called. Whispers erupted throughout the great hall as Harry stepped forward. He noted the heightened attention, the craning necks, the muttered speculations. His training allowed him to ignore it all, focusing instead on the task at hand. The sorting hat settled over his eyes, blocking his view of the hall. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, but what's this? Most unusual. Essences intertwined, powers merged, you're quite the magical anomaly, Mr. Potter. Harry remained silent, waiting. I see the influence of your guardians, the hat continued. The focus of the assassin, the strength of the god, fascinating combinations. You could be great in any house, but where to put you? Slytherin could help you on the path to greatness, no doubt about that. Not Slytherin, Harry thought decisively. No. Are you certain? You could achieve much there, but I see your reasoning. Strategic considerations rather than prejudice. Very well then, Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word to the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted in wild cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked calmly to join his new house, noting the Weasley twins' enthusiastic chanting of, "We got Potter. We got Potter." As he took his seat beside Ron, who had also been sorted into Gryffindor, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye at the head table. The headmaster raised his goblet in subtle acknowledgement, the first phase of Harry's integration into Hogwarts had been completed successfully. The feast proceeded with typical abundance, conversations flowing around Harry as his housemates alternated between trying to engage him directly and talking about him as if he weren't present. "Where have you been living all this time? Is it true you were raised by centaurs in the Forbidden Forest? Can you show us your scar?" Harry fielded the questions with practiced deflection, neither confirming nor denying the wilder speculations while offering minimal factual information. John had taught him the value of ambiguity, let others fill in the blanks with their own assumptions. As the feast concluded and prefects led the first years toward Gryffindor Tower, Harry maintained his awareness of surroundings, mentally mapping the castle's layout for future reference. The moving staircases, hidden passages, and magical shortcuts would all be factored into his strategic planning. In the dormitory, he claimed the bed nearest the window, offering the best combination of escape route and defensive position. While his roommates chattered excitedly about the coming term, Harry performed subtle security enhancements around his bed and trunk, nothing obvious enough to draw attention, but sufficient to alert him to any tampering. Later, when the others had fallen asleep, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed, performing the nightly meditation Kratos had taught him. He extended his senses outward, feeling the magical currents flowing through Hogwarts, ancient, complex, and powerful. The essence transfer had enhanced his magical sensitivity exponentially, allowing him to perceive layers of enchantment most wizards never detected. Satisfied with his assessment, Harry retrieved the communication mirror from his trunk. "John Wick," he spoke quietly. The mirror's surface rippled, then revealed John's face, the background suggesting he was in their Lake District home. "Status?" John asked without preamble. "Secure," Harry reported. "Sorted into Gryffindor as expected. No unusual incidents." John nodded. "Kratos and I will remain at the house through the weekend, then begin rotational patrols as discussed. Dumbledore has adjusted the wards to recognize us." "Understood. I'll maintain regular check-ins." A brief silence fell, neither accustomed to casual conversation through these devices typically reserved for tactical communication. "Sleep well, Harry," John finally said, a hint of something almost paternal in his tone. "You too," Harry replied. "Both of you." The mirror darkened as the connection closed. Harry secured it carefully in the enchanted pouch that would keep it both protected and immediately accessible. As he settled beneath his covers, Harry reflected on the day's events. His first steps into the wizarding world as a student had gone according to plan. The foundation was being laid for what would come next, learning the terrain, assessing potential allies, establishing his presence while maintaining strategic ambiguity about his true capabilities. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was gathering strength, unaware that the boy he had marked as an infant had been forged into something far more dangerous than a typical wizard child. When they eventually faced each other again, and Harry had no doubt they would, the Dark Lord would discover just how thoroughly the Baba Yaga and the God of War had prepared their ward. Harry closed his eyes, centering himself one final time before sleep. Tomorrow, his formal magical education would begin. Another piece in the complex preparation for what all three members of his unusual family knew was coming: war, confrontation, and a reckoning long overdue. The first months at Hogwarts established a rhythm Harry hadn't initially expected, the mundane routine of classes interspersed with moments that tested his unique abilities. He maintained the careful balance his guardians had advised, competent enough to avoid unwanted attention from teachers, restrained enough to prevent his classmates from recognizing the full extent of his capabilities. In Transfiguration, McGonagall's knowing glances told him she recognized his deliberate moderation when turning matches into needles, a task he had mastered wandlessly years earlier. In Charms, Professor Flitwick's eyebrows raised when Harry's levitation charm lifted his feather with perfect control on the first attempt, but he quickly adjusted to produce the wobbling expected of a novice. Defense against the dark arts proved most challenging, not for the material, which Harry found elementary compared to what John and Kratos had taught him, but because of Professor Quirrell himself. The stuttering teacher triggered Harry's combat instincts in ways he couldn't fully explain. Something about the man's magical signature felt wrong, discordant, as if two different energies occupied the same space. Harry maintained his cover regardless, producing adequate but unremarkable work while observing everything with the heightened awareness the essence transfer had given him. His fellow students gradually adjusted to his presence, the initial celebrity fascination fading into a general acceptance, helped by Harry's deliberate efforts to present himself as relatively ordinary. He made cautious friendships with Ron Weasley and, eventually, Hermione Granger after an incident involving a mountain troll at Halloween that had required Harry to use slightly more of his true abilities than he'd planned. The troll had trapped Hermione in a bathroom, and Harry had acted instinctively, moving with the fluid precision John had drilled into him. While Ron distracted the creature, Harry had executed a perfect combat roll beneath its legs, coming up with his wand directed at the troll's head. A precisely targeted reducto, modulated to stun rather than destroy, had rendered the troll unconscious before it could harm anyone. The professors who arrived moments later found 3 first-years standing over a subdued mountain troll, with Harry offering the plausible explanation that they'd gotten lucky with a spell he'd read about. McGonagall had given him a knowing look but accepted the story, while Hermione, impressed by Harry's willingness to risk himself for her safety, had attached herself to him and Ron as a friend thereafter. Throughout it all, Harry maintained regular contact with John and Kratos through the communication mirrors, providing detailed reports of anything unusual and receiving updates on their surveillance of the area surrounding Hogwarts. The mysterious entity had warned of threats beyond Voldemort, and none of them took such warnings lightly. As Christmas approached, Harry noticed Professor Quirrell's behavior growing increasingly erratic. The defense teacher disappeared for days at a time, returning with a grayish pallor and trembling hands. More concerning, Harry occasionally caught the professor watching him with an intensity that belied his bumbling persona. During their nightly communication in early December, Harry reported these observations to John and Kratos. "His magical signature feels corrupted," Harry explained, keeping his voice low despite the privacy charms around his bed. "Like two different people occupying the same space." John's expression darkened. "Possession? Possible," Harry agreed. "Similar to what we saw during the attack at the house when I was 9. Kratos's face appeared beside John's in the mirror. "You believe Voldemort has attached himself to this teacher?" "It fits the pattern," Harry reasoned. "Dumbledore mentioned Voldemort might seek a host while regaining strength. Quirrell spent time abroad last year, including Albania, where rumors placed Voldemort's spirit." "Have you informed Dumbledore?" John asked. Harry nodded. "He's aware of my suspicions but says he's waiting for Quirrell to reveal his true purpose. Something's hidden in the castle, something Voldemort wants." "The Philosopher's Stone," John stated, not a question. "Dumbledore mentioned moving it from Gringotts to Hogwarts for safekeeping." "I've identified the location," Harry confirmed. "Third-floor corridor, behind multiple magical obstacles. Fluffy, Hagrid's 3-headed dog, guards the entrance." Kratos frowned. "A Cerberus inside a school. The wizard's judgment is questionable." "It's locked away," Harry assured him. "Though that hasn't stopped several attempts to breach the door. I've been monitoring the corridor during my nightly security sweeps." John's eyes narrowed slightly. "Be careful, Harry. Observation only. If Quirrell is hosting Voldemort, direct confrontation would be premature." "Agreed," Harry said. "I'm gathering information, not engaging." After the communication ended, Harry sat in thought, processing the complexities of his situation. Beyond the immediate concerns about Quirrell/Voldemort, he had begun experiencing strange dreams, visions of a shadowy figure moving through a forest, drinking unicorn blood, whispering in a language that seemed familiar yet unintelligible. The dreams felt connected to the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had once resided in his scar. Though the essence transfer had expelled that fragment, some lingering connection remained, not possession or influence, but an awareness, like a phantom limb that still registered sensation despite its absence. Harry closed his eyes, performing the occlumency exercises that had become second nature. Whatever connection remained between him and Voldemort, he would use it strategically rather than allowing it to become a vulnerability. Christmas morning found Harry alone in the Gryffindor dormitory. Ron had returned home to the burrow despite initial plans to stay, called back for a family gathering in Romania where his brother Charlie worked with dragons. The other Gryffindor boys had all departed as well, leaving Harry with a rare privacy he appreciated. He woke early, his body still adhering to the training schedule John and Kratos had established years ago. After completing his morning physical regimen, modified for the confined space but still rigorous, Harry turned his attention to the small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. The first package contained a hand-carved wooden box from Hagrid, filled with rock cakes that Harry set aside with a small smile, knowing their density made them better suited for weapons than food. Next came a Weasley jumper, emerald green with a golden H on the front, accompanied by homemade fudge from Ron's mother, a gesture that touched Harry more than he'd expected. Hermione had sent a large box of chocolate frogs with a note expressing hope that he'd enjoy starting a card collection. McGonagall's gift was more practical, a book on advanced defensive magic with certain passages highlighted and annotated in her precise handwriting. The most intriguing package contained no card. Harry examined it carefully before opening, checking for magical traps or curses with the techniques John had taught him. Finding none, he unwrapped it to reveal a fluid, silvery gray cloak that felt like water woven into material. An invisibility cloak, and not just any, but his father's, which Dumbledore had shown him months earlier. A note in unfamiliar handwriting confirmed, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry ran his fingers over the material, appreciating both its magical quality and its tactical value. Though he had mastered several methods of moving unseen, a true invisibility cloak offered advantages even his training couldn't replicate. The final package was from John and Kratos. Inside lay 3 items, a wrist holster for his knife, crafted from dragon hide with runes of protection woven into the leather, a small vial of golden liquid labeled simply, for emergencies, and a bronze medallion engraved with symbols from Kratos' world. A note accompanied these gifts. The holster provides instant access and concealment. The potion contains phoenix tears and other elements. It will heal most injuries if conventional methods fail. The medallion carries protection against certain magics not recognized by wizard defenses. Maintain vigilance. J and K. Harry secured each item carefully, appreciating the practical nature of his guardian's gifts. They had never been ones for sentimentality, expressing their care through preparation and protection rather than conventional affection. After breakfast in the nearly empty Great Hall, Harry decided to utilize his new invisibility cloak for a more thorough exploration of the castle. Though he had mapped much of Hogwarts during his nightly security sweeps, certain areas remained inaccessible during regular hours. Beneath the cloak's concealment, Harry moved with the silent efficiency John had drilled into him, investigating restricted sections of the library, hidden passages behind tapestries, and abandoned classrooms that might serve as emergency shelter or defensive positions if needed. In one such classroom, Harry discovered an ornate mirror standing against the wall, its golden frame inscribed with the words Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Curious, he approached carefully, remaining under the cloak until he had assessed the mirror for potential threats. When he finally stood before it, removing the cloak to see his reflection, Harry froze in surprise. The mirror showed not just himself, but John and Kratos standing beside him, along with James and Lily Potter. His 2 families, impossible united, looking at him with expressions of pride and affection. "The mirror of Erist," came Dumbledore's voice from behind him. "A most dangerous artifact for those who do not understand its power." Harry turned, unsurprised by the headmaster's appearance. He had sensed the magical signature moments before Dumbledore spoke. "It shows what we most desire," Harry said, having already decoded the inscription. "Not reality." Dumbledore approached, standing beside Harry to gaze into the mirror. "Precisely. The deepest, most desperate desires of our hearts. Many have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see, unable to accept that it is merely an illusion." Harry studied the image once more, his parents and guardians united, a family that could never exist in reality. I understand the danger, he said quietly. I thought you might, Dumbledore replied. Your upbringing has given you an unusual perspective on desire versus necessity. The headmaster paused. The mirror will be moved tomorrow to a new location. I suggest you not seek it out again, Harry. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Harry nodded, turning away from the tantalizing image. I won't, sir. As they left the classroom together, Dumbledore regarded Harry thoughtfully. How are you finding Hogwarts, Harry? Is it what you expected? Different, Harry admitted. Less intense than training with John and Kratos, but with its own challenges. Such as Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore suggested mildly. Harry's eyes sharpened. You know, then. I have suspicions, Dumbledore acknowledged. As, I believe, do you. He's hosting Voldemort, Harry stated directly. Or something connected to him. The magical signature is distinctive once you know what to look for. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Your perception has grown remarkably acute since the essence transfer. Yes, I believe Tom has found a willing vessel in poor Quirinus. The question remains, what shall we do about it? You're using the stone as bait, Harry realized. Drawing him into a confrontation of your choosing. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I had not anticipated your involvement in these events, Harry. Your guardians were quite explicit about keeping you away from direct conflict until absolutely necessary. Harry nodded, understanding the concerns. Observation only, for now. But if Quirrell makes his move, then we shall be prepared, Dumbledore finished. And you, Harry, will alert me immediately rather than attempting to handle the situation yourself. Is that clear? Yes, sir, Harry agreed, though both knew his definition of immediate might differ from the headmaster's depending on circumstances. As winter thawed into spring, the situation with Quirrell escalated gradually. Harry noted increased activity around the third-floor corridor, catching glimpses of the defense professor making late-night visits to the forbidden area. Through careful observation and strategic eavesdropping, aided by his invisibility cloak, Harry pieced together Quirrell's progress through the various protections guarding the stone. More concerning were the unicorn killings in the Forbidden Forest. During a detention served with Hagrid after being caught out after curfew, a calculated risk Harry had taken to maintain surveillance, he witnessed a hooded figure drinking unicorn blood, a substance that could sustain life even for someone on the brink of death, but at terrible cost. A cursed life, Hagrid had explained afterward, his face grim. Only someone desperate would kill a unicorn for its blood. Harry had shared all these developments with John and Kratos during their nightly communications, and with Dumbledore directly when possible. A plan was forming, not to prevent Quirrell's attempt to steal the stone, but to use that attempt to confront the weakened form of Voldemort that possessed him. A controlled environment, John had approved. Better than allowing him to choose the time and place. But you must not face him alone, Kratos had insisted. Not yet. Despite your abilities, direct confrontation is premature. Harry had agreed, though privately he suspected circumstances might force his hand. The connection between him and Voldemort had intensified as the Dark Lord's host drew closer to the stone, manifesting in dreams and occasional flashes of alien emotion during waking hours. The final catalyst came during exam week in June. As Harry completed his History of Magic test, a vision struck with unusual clarity, Quirrell descending through the trapdoor beneath Fluffy that very night, determined to retrieve the stone for his master. The sense of triumph and anticipation carried emotional undertones that couldn't be misinterpreted. Harry immediately contacted John and Kratos through the communication mirror, then sought out Professor McGonagall to request an urgent meeting with Dumbledore. To his dismay, the headmaster had been called to London on apparent ministry business, a suspicious coincidence that suggested Voldemort had engineered his absence. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, McGonagall assured him. Whatever concerns you have can surely wait until then. Harry disagreed but knew better than to argue further. Instead, he returned to Gryffindor Tower, where Ron and Hermione had become unwittingly involved through their own observations of Quirrell's suspicious behavior. "We need to stop him ourselves," Ron insisted when Harry explained the situation. "If Dumbledore's gone, who else is there?" "My guardians are already on their way," Harry revealed, having kept their existence mostly private from his friends until now. "They'll arrive within the hour." Hermione's eyes widened. "Your guardians? But everyone thinks you live with your Muggle relatives." "A necessary deception," Harry explained briefly. "For security reasons." Before he could elaborate further, Harry sensed a familiar magical signature approaching Hogwarts, two signatures, actually, one purely physical and one carrying traces of divinity. John and Kratos had arrived even sooner than expected, likely using magical transportation methods Dumbledore had arranged for emergencies. "I need to meet them," Harry told his friends. "Stay here. This isn't your fight." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. "We're coming with you," Hermione stated firmly. "We've been helping research the stone all year. We're involved now." Harry assessed them quickly, their determination, their loyalty, their potential utility in what might come. John had taught him to evaluate allies pragmatically, while Kratos had emphasized the strength that could come from fighting alongside those who shared your purpose. "Very well," he conceded. "But you follow my lead exactly. No questions, no hesitation." They nodded, somewhat startled by the sudden shift in Harry's demeanor, from fellow first-year student to something altogether more commanding. As they made their way toward the castle entrance, Harry briefed them on what to expect. "My guardians are unusual. They're not wizards. Try not to be alarmed by their appearance or methods." "Not wizards?" Hermione repeated, confusion evident. "Then what are they?" Before Harry could answer, they rounded a corner and came face to face with John Wick and Kratos, who had already breached the castle's outer defenses. John wore his characteristic black tactical gear, multiple weapons visible despite Hogwarts' supposed restrictions against Muggle devices. Kratos, even more imposing, carried the Leviathan axe openly, his red tattoo vivid against his ashen skin. Ron's mouth fell open. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "They're my family," Harry finished simply, approaching the two men. "Status?" "Castle perimeter secured," John reported, his eyes cataloging Ron and Hermione with professional assessment. "Dumbledore's absence confirmed. Quirrell entered the third-floor corridor approximately 20 minutes ago." "Alone?" Harry asked. Kratos nodded. "No visible companions. But his magical signature carries the corruption we anticipated." Hermione stepped forward cautiously. "Excuse me, but, are you really Kratos? From God of War? And John Wick?" Her voice carried equal parts disbelief and academic curiosity. "But that's impossible. You're fictional characters." "Not where we come from," John replied matter-of-factly. Harry intervened before the conversation could derail further. "Explanations later. We need to intercept Quirrell before he reaches the stone." With swift efficiency, they outlined a tactical approach. John and Kratos would secure the entrance to the third-floor corridor, preventing both escape and interference from others. Harry would proceed through the obstacles, which Dumbledore had designed to be navigable by a determined first year, a fact that suddenly made more sense in context. "Your friends?" Kratos inquired, nodding toward Ron and Hermione. Harry considered them briefly. "They have knowledge that might prove useful for the magical obstacles. They come with me until it's no longer safe." Neither John nor Kratos argued, having trained Harry to make tactical decisions based on available resources. Instead, they provided additional equipment, a specially enchanted vest that would offer some protection against magical attacks, and communication devices that would function despite Hogwarts' usual interference with technology. "We'll monitor your progress," John instructed. "If Voldemort fully manifests or Quirrell proves more dangerous than anticipated, we intervene immediately." Harry nodded, securing the vest beneath his robes. Understood. As they moved toward the third-floor corridor, Ron leaned close to Harry. Mate, when were you going to mention that you were raised by bloody John Wick and Kratos? It never came up, Harry replied with the dry humor he occasionally displayed. Besides, would you have believed me? The journey through the obstacles proceeded more efficiently than Harry had anticipated. Fluffy succumbed instantly to the enchanted flute John had provided, far more effective than the makeshift music they had planned to use. The devil's snare beneath the trapdoor posed no challenge to Harry's reflexes and magical control, though he allowed Hermione to demonstrate her knowledge of the plant's weakness to flames. The flying keys required precision Harry had mastered years earlier, and the giant chess set yielded to Ron's strategic thinking combined with Harry's tactical adjustments. The troll they discovered had already been dispatched by Quirrell, while the logic puzzle guarding the final chamber was solved by Hermione in mere minutes. At the final obstacle, a doorway with room for only one person to pass through flames that couldn't be extinguished by conventional means, Harry turned to his friends. "This is where you stay," he stated firmly. "Return to John and Kratos. Tell them I've reached the final chamber." Hermione clutched his arm. "Harry, the potion only allows one person forward. You'll be alone." "I'm never alone," Harry replied, touching the communication device at his ear. "And I've been preparing for this moment for years, even if I didn't know it." After his friends reluctantly departed, Harry drank the potion that would allow him to pass through the black flames. As the strange liquid coursed through him, he felt his body adapting, the essence transfer enhancing the potion's effects beyond what Dumbledore had likely intended. Not just immunity to the flames, but a heightened awareness, accelerated processing of sensory input, and a surge of controlled power. Harry stepped through the flames into the final chamber, where Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste, muttering furiously. "I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but how do I get it?" The defense professor hadn't yet noticed Harry's arrival, so focused was he on the mirror. "You don't," Harry stated calmly, causing Quirrell to whirl around. "The mirror shows what you desire, not how to obtain it." Quirrell's face contorted with rage, the stuttering persona completely abandoned. "Potter. How convenient that you should join us. My master will be most pleased." "Your master is a parasite," Harry replied, maintaining his position near the entrance, assessing the chamber for tactical advantages. A fragment of what he once was, surviving by possessing others because he lacks the strength to exist independently. Fury flashed across Quirrell's face, but before he could respond, a cold, high voice emerged from somewhere behind him. "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough," Quirrell protested. "I have strength enough, for this," the voice insisted. With trembling hands, Quirrell began unwrapping his purple turban. As the fabric fell away, Harry beheld the grotesque sight of a second face protruding from the back of Quirrell's head, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, more serpent than human. "Harry Potter." The face whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, but once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own." Harry observed the abomination with clinical detachment, his training overriding the natural horror such a sight should evoke. "Hello, Voldemort. You look terrible." The red eyes narrowed. "Insolence, from the boy who merely got lucky. Your mother's sacrifice protected you once, ancient magic I overlooked. But no matter. That protection is gone now." "You think so?" Harry asked, moving carefully to position himself between Voldemort and the mirror. "You know so little about what I've become." "What you've become?" Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a mockery of a smile. "You are a child. A first-year student. What could you possibly be besides lucky?" Harry allowed himself a small smile. "Why don't we find out?" Voldemort hissed in annoyance. "Quirrell, seize him. Force him to get the stone from the mirror." Quirrell lunged forward with surprising speed, hands outstretched to grab Harry. But Harry had been trained by John Wick to anticipate and counter such attacks. He sidestepped with fluid precision, using Quirrell's momentum against him to send the professor stumbling past. Impossible, Quirrell snarled, regaining his balance. No child moves like that. I'm not just any child, Harry replied, dropping into the combat stance Kratos had drilled into him countless times. And you're not just facing me. With a roar of frustration, Quirrell drew his wand, casting a barrage of spells in quick succession. Stupefy. Incarcerus. Crucio. Harry moved through the onslaught with preternatural awareness, the essence transfer allowing him to perceive the magical trajectories and respond accordingly. The stunning spell he deflected with a precisely angled shield charm. The binding ropes he incinerated mid-air with a controlled incendio. The Cruciatus curse, illegal and unblockable by conventional means, he simply avoided with a combat roll that brought him closer to Quirrell. What are you? Voldemort demanded, voice sharp with unexpected concern. Harry didn't waste breath answering. Instead, he pressed his advantage, closing the distance to Quirrell and engaging physically, another element the wizard was clearly unprepared for. A swift strike to Quirrell's wand arm, executed with the precision John had taught him, sent the professor's wand clattering across the stone floor. Kill him! Voldemort shrieked. Use your hands. Quirrell lunged again, hands grasping for Harry's throat. This time, Harry allowed the contact, curious to test a theory. When Quirrell's skin touched his, the effect was immediate and shocking. The professor screamed in agony as his flesh blistered and cracked where it connected with Harry's. What is this magic? Quirrell howled, staggering back. Harry examined his own unharmed skin with interest. My mother's protection, perhaps. Or something else entirely. He advanced on the injured professor. Let's find out. In desperation, Quirrell flung himself at Harry, attempting to overwhelm him with brute force despite the pain of contact. Harry met the attack head-on, channeling the controlled strength Kratos had instilled in him. His hands closed around Quirrell's wrists, and the effect intensified, the professor's skin not merely blistering now but crumbling to ash wherever they touched. Voldemort's screams joined Quirrell's as their shared body began to disintegrate. What power is this? Harry maintained his grip despite the agony evident on his opponent's face. I am what I was forged to be, he answered calmly. The Baba Yaga's focus. The god of war's strength. And my parents' love. A combination you could never understand. As Quirrell collapsed, body crumbling to dust, a spectral form tore itself free, Voldemort's essence, no longer able to maintain its hold on the disintegrating host. The wraith-like apparition howled in fury, circling the chamber once before lunging directly at Harry. This, Harry had not anticipated. The spirit passed through him like arctic wind, bringing momentary agony that would have incapacitated an ordinary wizard. But Harry was no longer ordinary. The essence transfer had transformed him at a fundamental level, allowing him to withstand what should have been unbearable. He staggered but remained standing as Voldemort's spirit fled through the chamber wall, its scream of rage fading into silence. Harry breathed deeply, centering himself as he processed what had occurred. His body ached from the spiritual assault, but already he could feel his enhanced recovery beginning to address the damage. The communication device in his ear crackled. Harry, report, came John's voice, tense with concern. We registered a magical disturbance. Quirrell is neutralized, Harry responded, his voice steady despite his exertion. Voldemort's spirit escaped but is severely weakened. The stone is secure. Injuries? Kratos demanded. Harry conducted a quick self-assessment. Minor. Nothing that requires intervention. A pause, then John again, Dumbledore has returned. He's heading to your location. We'll maintain position at the entrance. Understood, Harry acknowledged, turning his attention to the Mirror of Erist, which had somehow remained undamaged during the confrontation. Looking into its depths, Harry saw not his combined family this time, but himself holding a blood-red stone. As he watched, his reflection winked and placed the stone in his pocket, and Harry felt the weight of it materialize against his thigh, the mirror having judged his intentions worthy. "Well done, Harry," came Dumbledore's voice from the entrance. The headmaster stood observing him, blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle. "Though I confess, I had hoped to spare you this confrontation for a few more years." Harry met his gaze steadily. "You knew I would face him here." "I suspected the possibility," Dumbledore admitted. "Though I had intended to return before matters progressed this far. The summons to London was a clever ruse." Harry removed the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, offering it to Dumbledore. "He'll try again." This was merely the first attempt. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, accepting the stone. "And now he knows you're not the easy target he anticipated. That knowledge will shape his future strategies." "Good," Harry said simply. "Let him adjust." "So will I." As they made their way back through the obstacles, Dumbledore regarded Harry with newfound assessment. "Your guardians have prepared you remarkably well, Harry. What you accomplished tonight would challenge many adult wizards." "They taught me what I needed to survive," Harry replied. "The essence transfer did the rest." "Ah yes, the essence transfer." Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. "A most unusual magic, combining elements that, by all conventional wisdom, should be incompatible. Yet in you, they've created something unprecedented." They emerged from the third-floor corridor to find John and Kratos waiting with Ron and Hermione, who rushed forward with expressions of relief and amazement. "Harry! You're all right!" Hermione exclaimed. "Your guardians wouldn't let us help, they said you had to face Quirrell alone." "Not alone," Harry corrected, glancing at John and Kratos. "Never alone." The two men approached, their expressions revealing more concern than they would typically display in public. John checked Harry for injuries with practiced efficiency, while Kratos simply placed a massive hand on Harry's shoulder, a gesture that conveyed more than words could. "You fought well," the god of war stated simply. "We monitored through the communication device," John added. "Your tactics were sound." From anyone else, such restrained comments might have seemed cold. But Harry understood the depth of approval they represented. In their unique family, praise was measured and meaningful rather than effusive. "The hospital wing, I think," Dumbledore suggested. "Even with your unusual resilience, Harry, a medical assessment would be prudent." As they made their way through the castle, Harry walked between his guardians, aware of the curious stares from portraits and the occasional late-night student glimpsing their passage. Tomorrow, he knew, rumors would spread about the strange men accompanying Harry Potter, about the confrontation beneath the third-floor corridor, about what had happened to Professor Quirrell. But for now, Harry focused on processing the night's events. He had faced Voldemort and survived, not through luck or his mother's protection alone, but through the combined strengths his unusual upbringing had cultivated. The first true test of what the essence transfer had created in him. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey fussed and scolded, her diagnostic spells revealing the spiritual damage Voldemort's wraith had inflicted. "You should be unconscious at minimum," she muttered, comparing readings with visible confusion. "Your magical core shows trauma that would incapacitate most adult wizards, yet your vital signs are stabilizing rapidly." "He heals differently," John explained minimally. Pomfrey looked between Harry and his guardians with professional curiosity but didn't press further. Dumbledore had likely briefed her on Harry's unique situation when he first arrived at Hogwarts. After Pomfrey reluctantly declared Harry stable enough to avoid overnight observation, Dumbledore suggested they retire to his office for a more comprehensive debriefing. Ron and Hermione were sent back to Gryffindor Tower despite their protests, with assurances that everything would be explained later. In the headmaster's office, Harry provided a detailed account of his confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort, while John and Kratos added their observations from monitoring remotely. The physical contact was particularly interesting, Dumbledore noted. "Your touch destroyed Quirrell's flesh. I believe your mother's sacrifice created a protection that lingered in your very skin, something Voldemort, having never understood the power of love, could not anticipate. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged. But there was more to it. When I touched him, I felt the essence transfer activate, as if responding to Voldemort's presence specifically. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. The mysterious entity that brought your guardians to you, it prepared you precisely for this confrontation. One wonders what else it anticipated. The forging continues, Kratos quoted grimly. That was its message. This encounter was merely another step in the process. But to what end? John asked the question they had all considered repeatedly over the years. Before anyone could speculate further, a familiar coldness permeated the office, the unmistakable presence of the entity itself. It materialized in the center of the room, its skeletal form and hollow eyes exactly as Harry remembered from his childhood. To this end, the entity stated, its voice bypassing their ears to resonate directly in their minds. The first trial is complete. The boy survived as expected. The forging advances. Dumbledore rose to his feet, power radiating from him despite his elderly appearance. Who are you? What purpose do you serve by involving yourself in Harry's fate? The entity's hollow gaze shifted to the headmaster. I am balance. I am necessity. I am correction. Its attention returned to Harry. In countless realities, variations of Harry Potter face Lord Voldemort. In most, the confrontation ends in Pyrrhic victory, the Dark Wizard defeated, but at terrible cost. Thousands dead. Magic itself damaged by the conflict. And in this reality? Harry asked directly. In this reality, we intervened. We brought guardians who could prepare you beyond what any wizard training might offer. We facilitated the essence transfer that would give you capabilities beyond Voldemort's comprehension. The entity's lipless mouth curved slightly. Tonight was merely confirmation that our approach succeeds. You faced a fragment of Voldemort and emerged unscathed where other versions of yourself would have barely survived. John's expression remained impassive, but his voice carried underlying tension. You're manipulating events across realities. Playing with lives. To what purpose? Preservation, the entity replied simply. In the original path, Voldemort's defeat came at the cost of magical stability itself. The ripple effects threatened multiple realities. Our intervention preserves the larger balance. At the cost of the boy's normal life, Kratos growled, anger evident in his posture. The entity regarded him without concern. The boy's normal life was forfeit the moment Voldemort marked him, in any reality. We merely ensured he would have the tools to survive what comes, and to protect your mutual world from worse threats that follow. Worse threats? Dumbledore inquired sharply. What could be worse than Voldemort at the height of his power? The entity's hollow eyes seemed to darken. Voldemort is merely the beginning. His actions tear at the fabric between worlds. In the original path, his methods of achieving immortality created instabilities that allowed incursions. Entities far more dangerous than a single dark wizard. A heavy silence fell as they processed this information. You speak of other dimensions, Dumbledore finally said. Other beings discovering access to our world through weaknesses Voldemort's magic creates. Precisely, the entity confirmed. In the original path, Harry Potter defeats Voldemort too late, after these tears have already formed. What follows consumes not just the wizarding world, but all worlds connected to it. Harry absorbed this information with the analytical focus John had instilled in him. So I need to defeat Voldemort more decisively. Before he can create these tears. Yes. And you must be prepared for what comes through those tears that already exist. The entity began to fade, its form becoming translucent. Tonight was the first true test. Others will follow. The forging continues until the final tempering is complete. Wait, Harry called. What am I becoming? What's the end result of this forging? The entity paused, its nearly transparent form shimmering in the office's soft light. What you were always meant to be, Harry Potter. In this reality, at least. The unkillable wizard, a protector capable of standing against threats no single world could produce alone. With those words, the entity vanished completely, leaving behind a silence heavy with implication. "Well," Dumbledore finally said, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "That was most illuminating." Harry looked between his guardians, noting the concern beneath their controlled expressions. "It doesn't change anything," he stated firmly. "We've always known I would face Voldemort eventually. Now we just understand there's more at stake." John nodded slightly. "We adjust our training accordingly. Preparation for interdimensional threats requires different tactics." "The boy is right," Kratos added. "Our purpose remains unchanged. We prepare him for whatever comes." As discussions continued late into the night, tactical considerations and strategic planning replacing the shock of the entity's revelations, Harry found himself strangely calm. The path ahead was clearer now, if no less dangerous. The forging that had begun 4 years ago with his rescue from the Dursleys had a purpose beyond what any of them had initially understood. He was becoming something unprecedented, a wizard with the strategic brilliance of the Baba Yaga and the godlike resilience of the Ghost of Sparta. The unkillable wizard, designed to face threats beyond Voldemort, beyond even this world. Harry Potter, once a boy in a cupboard, now something else entirely. And he was ready for whatever came next. The great hall buzzed with excitement on the final evening of term. House banners hung from the enchanted ceiling, which displayed a perfect summer sky. At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat among his fellow first-years, maintaining the careful balance between his true nature and the persona he presented to the wizarding world. The House Cup ceremony proceeded with Slytherin initially declared the winner, before Dumbledore awarded last-minute points to Gryffindor for the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, though the headmaster's explanation remained deliberately vague about what had actually transpired beneath the third-floor corridor. As his housemates celebrated around him, Harry's attention drifted to the staff table, where Professor Quirrell's seat remained conspicuously empty. The official explanation, that the defense teacher had taken ill and left Hogwarts suddenly, had been accepted without much question. Only a handful of people knew the truth. After the feast, as students began filtering out of the great hall toward their dormitories, Harry spotted 2 familiar figures waiting in the entrance hall, John and Kratos, drawing curious stares from passing students. "Your guardians are here again," Hermione noted, following Harry's gaze. "I still can't believe you were raised by fictional characters from another dimension." Harry had finally explained his unusual upbringing to his closest friends, though many details remained confidential. Ron and Hermione had taken the revelation with surprising adaptability, perhaps because, in the magical world, reality often proves stranger than fiction. "We're returning to the Lake District together," Harry explained. "Summer training begins immediately." Ron grimaced sympathetically. "No rest for the chosen one, eh?" "I'm not a chosen one," Harry corrected automatically. "I'm a forged one. There's a difference." He bid his friends farewell with promises to stay in touch over the summer, then joined his guardians in the entrance hall. Together, they made their way toward Hogsmeade, where transportation awaited to return them to their home. "Dumbledore has adjusted your summer curriculum based on recent events," John informed him as they walked. "More emphasis on interdimensional theory and methods for containing entities from beyond conventional reality. The wizard has also arranged specialized training with certain magical creatures," Kratos added. "Beings that might help prepare you for what the entity described." Harry nodded, processing this information. "And our regular training?" "Intensifies," John stated simply. "What you faced this year was a fraction of Voldemort's potential power. When he returns with a proper body, the challenge will be significantly greater. And beyond him lies worse," Kratos reminded them. "Entities that threaten not just this world but others connected to it." They walked in silence for a moment, the weight of their shared purpose settling around them. Then Harry smiled slightly. "One problem at a time. Voldemort first," interdimensional horrors second. A ghost of a smile touched John's lips. Practical approach. You taught me well, Harry acknowledged. Both of you. As they reached the edge of Hogsmeade, Harry looked back at Hogwarts Castle in the distance, its towers silhouetted against the evening sky, windows glowing with welcoming light. For all its dangers, his first year had provided something he hadn't fully anticipated, a connection to his parents' world, friendships with people his own age, and a deeper understanding of the magic that was his birthright. But his true education continued outside Hogwarts walls, with the two men who had transformed him from a neglected child into something unprecedented in any reality, a wizard with the focus and determination of the legendary Baba Yaga, the strength and resilience of the god of war, forged to face threats beyond imagination. The Unkillable Wizard. A title he hadn't chosen but would embrace, along with the responsibility it carried. Ready? John asked as their transportation appeared, a nondescript vehicle that would take them to the first leg of their journey home. Harry nodded, turning away from Hogwarts to face his guardians. Ready. And he was. Whatever came next, Voldemort's return, interdimensional incursions, threats beyond current understanding, Harry Potter would meet them prepared. The forging that had begun in a cupboard under the stairs had created something unique across all realities. The boy who lived had become the unkillable wizard. And his story was just beginning. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.